Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole this morning. We have one board member that is, yes, Pat said it, that is out. He is sick. He will try and get on Zoom, but we hope that he will feel better very soon. This is unlike Mr. Sudduth to miss a meeting. Ms. Marcia Barrett is running late, but she will get here as soon as possible. And I'd like to thank you all for being here for 2021. It's a new year, and we have a lot of challenges facing us that we will address. With that being said, I would ask that the consent calendar for the Committee of the Whole, the minutes for December 8th, be approved. I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. Mr. Meek made the motion, and Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell second. Any questions? All in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and the motion carries. That also, I'd like to adopt the public comments, and I wanted just to give an information. We do not read them all, but they are now entered into the minutes. They are online, and we will have someone from the district that will address each comment. Okay? So let me just get a motion to approve the adoption of the public comments. Yes, sir. I know. I want to make sure, though, that the people that sent these comments, because they want it read, and I will tell you that now we know that everything has been approved because we did approve the consent calendar, but I want everyone to know who sent a comment that the reason you're not here in person is because of the policy we implemented when the governor established that we had the epidemic, the COVID epidemic, and we were refraining from the Committee of the Whole from anyone from coming into the district. However, for our board meeting, we are open for people to attend, and they will sign up and they will have 3 minutes to speak at our board meeting at the end of the month. With that being said, we'll move on to instruction. And at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Item 2.01 is high school block schedule decision. This agenda item was requested by Ms. Angie Mosley. Ms. Mosley, I think the administration has a presentation, but I'll turn the floor to you first.
Okay. Oh, it's solid. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Admittedly, I don't have the benefit of history regarding this because I guess this was announced to the public right after my election. And I did listen to the Committee of the Whole meeting via live stream. So I did hear the initial presentation that I believe Dr. Reimer did. However, of course, my phone blew up right after that by my constituents and friends and neighbors, parents mostly, expressing a lot of concern about the way this decision was managed, rolled out, etc. And I did read this ahead of time, so in preparation for today. So here's a couple things. Maybe I'll speak to this before you actually do the presentation, and that way, when you're doing the presentation, you can answer some of my questions. And I'm sorry, where is Mr. Reimer? Is Mr. Reimer doing this? Thank you. Sorry, I'm looking around the room. Everybody masked today. You can't tell who's who. Okay. Okay, so my first concern, and I'm just going to say this. Well, let me say this about myself. I'm new to the board. A lot of people don't know me. I'm fairly straightforward in what I say, and I don't ever intend to offend, but I'm a straight shooter. So I'm just going to say things because it's the way I feel and what I believe. And so one of the things that caught my attention last night when I was looking at this is that we spent the entire month of October thinking about next year, 2021's high school schedule. And in the month of October, for me as a parent, and frankly, as a special education advocate, I was spending a lot of time managing personally, as well as helping other parents manage the personal educational crisis that we are currently still in, which is this pandemic. So I do find it a little bit interesting that in October, when none of our high school students were really in school more than 2 days, and they still aren't, that somehow we found it necessary to make this a priority for next year. We're in a tumultuous year, and I think a lot of the concern is that we have decided to change, not just change for students, but change for teachers next year. Coming off a crazy year this year, we're going to implement a little bit more next year. The other thing I noticed that is missing for me, and again, I did listen to the committee of the whole meeting back in November, is what I believe to be the necessary stakeholder involvement. I don't see parents represented in any of this information, and I believe parents very much are stakeholders all the time. There is a perception, whether it's reality or not, but I'm speaking as a parent now, and I'm speaking as a board member from what I hear from parents, that there is a perception that decisions are made in a vacuum sometimes, or decisions are already made when they are presented to the parents. So for example, School Improvement Council has parent representation on it. And I know this was presented to School Improvement Councils, but it was presented very late in the process. And it was not, I guess, the necessary, what I call buy-in wasn't achieved. And I have a background in change management, and I do know that getting the necessary buy-in to affect any change is really required. If you get me on board with something, I will help you sell it. And I think a lot of parents feel that way, especially a lot of parents in leadership roles, whether they're in PTA, School Improvement Council, or anything like that. So that's something that's missing for me, and that I would just like to understand more about how if any, parental involvement was. And again, I'm speaking as if, because I believe them to be stakeholders in this. The third thing that I feel was missing, at least in the initial presentation back in November for me, and I do notice that Tracy Hogan was represented at every single meeting that you had, but because I come from a special education background, and I happen to have children on IEP, one of whom is still a student in this district, I don't remember special education being addressed. Children on, and I don't mean self-contained. I am concerned about self-contained students, and that is part of that umbrella, because I think sometimes when we say special education, people think we only mean the kids who are in the more restrictive classrooms. We have lots of children in our district who have IEPs, my son is included, who are on general education tracks and yet struggle academically and receive special education services. And so I would like to understand what voice they had at the table, because I have specific concerns that I don't see listed in the student benefits that were listed that were given to the School Improvement Council members, where other than managing a smaller course load, which I will acknowledge that, but the accelerated pace of cramming an entire year's worth of algebra, for example, I know that my son would probably struggle that into a semester. The gap, and I think the gap is a big concern for many parents who not just have special education students, but also high achieving students. AP is a great example, where you take a semester of math and then you skip a year, skip a semester, and you may not have math until the next fall. So you take math in the fall, you don't take math again until the next fall. I'm trying to understand how that, I would like to understand better the voice at the table for kids who struggle, because that is something that's, I just haven't seen in any documentation that I've seen about this. I've already mentioned the AP concerns. And last but not least, and this, I probably did this out of order, but when I heard that this decision had been made, I started questioning how on earth did this decision get made without board involvement? and or a board vote. It seems to me it's a significant decision. I'm new. I'm still learning the procedure. I'm still learning everything from, getting things on the agenda to how the board votes. So I was told to go into the policies. Looking at the policies, and there's a lot of them, it just seems a little unclear to me, or I should say I was questioning whether or not there was some conflict with the policy, which is coded IED. I think I've mentioned this in the agenda item, that basically says, other board members that have the benefit of the history of writing this policy explained to me that the intent when this policy was written is to allow schools to have flexibility to set their schedules, to serve the community, to best serve their communities. And I do think Greenville County does school choice really well. It's one of the things I hang my hat on as a member of this county. I think that's something, in fact, it's something I take advantage of in my own family. And so one of the things about school choice that's attractive is that different schools offer different things. And so now it feels like we're going to more of a one-size-fits-all solution. And I know I heard you say in the November CAL meeting or when it was presented that this decision had absolutely nothing to do with COVID and the crisis that we're in and the failures that have come out of it. However, I do find it awfully coincidental that it's coinciding with where we are right now. So I'll stop there. That's kind of where I am. I wanted to have some discussion about it because sadly, I wasn't part of that before it had, and I have enough constituent angst about this that I want to be able to intelligently explain the process and really the benefit. So I'm done.
Thanks, Ms. Mosley. So I'm going to turn over to Dr. Royster because I know he and his staff have a presentation, and then we can return back to board members for questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If I might, we had one item. I didn't get an opportunity to say this before we started. I don't want to disrupt the flow, but it'll only take a minute or two. As you know, you all have approved some personnel over the past month. We always like to bring those people in so you can put a name with a face. We have two of them here today. If I might, with your permission, Mr. Lewis, with the chair's permission, we might just briefly introduce those two before we move to this, and with Ms. Mosley's agreement, would that be all right? So they can then go on back to their various responsibilities. We have both today Ben Owen, who is the new internal auditor. Ben Owen. And Jontia Berry, who is the new director of risk management, payroll, all those functions that for many years Jamie McCutcheon led for the district. So we want to welcome them to Greenville County Schools. If you all, can you all move like 6 feet apart? And then if you're comfortable, take your mask off so they can actually put a face with a name.
Oh, so that's what you look like.
Okay. We welcome Jontia to the district from Greenville Water System, where she had a number of years of experience in all the facets that she is now leading and managing for us. And Ben Owen, who comes to us actually from Green Finney. The firm has been customarily doing for several years, based on the receipt of the bid, our external auditing work. And you might have seen him in some role at Green Finney doing something related to one of our audits, or you might not have. But we want to welcome both of them. We're certainly glad to have you here, and thank you for allowing me the moment to do that before we move into the presentation. If we would, Mr. Reimer has a structured presentation. I believe, though, I'd like to ask Mr. Webb to speak directly to the policy question, and then we'll move to Mr. Reimer. And I believe that Ms. Hogan, if she is not here as on her way, she is here to answer any specific special needs questions that Mr. Reimer might not cover in his presentation. Mr. Webb.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Royster. As it pertains to the policy, Um, I do not see any conflict with the process that has been described to me with the stakeholder input and the collaborative process with schools. I believe that the policy IED has been complied with. The pertinent language there would be the schools have scheduling flexibility within the school day. And I believe that flexibility has been met. Now, that being said, certainly it's within the purview of the board to review and consider and to hear this matter. But far as a policy question of itself, there's not a direct conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. Reimer?
Good morning. Thanks for having me back to once again clarify or answer questions and provide any clarity that's needed in our process for high schools district-wide moving to block for 2021-22. I want to introduce very briefly, we did not bring all principals back today. Obviously, taking principals out of the building in this day and age is very difficult to do, but I did bring back several from whom have a unique perspective for a variety of reasons. And I think all four were with you last time as well. Ms. Huffman, principal at Riverside High School, which of course is a traditional school, traditional schedule school. Dr. Carlos Grant, Wade Hampton High School, of course, is a block school, but Dr. Grant comes from not only other districts within this state, but other districts around this country. So he's had plenty of experience with that as well. I think Jason Warren is behind me up there, principal of Greenville High School, of course, is a traditional schedule as well. And Justin Ludley from Greer High School, which is a block school, but Justin has served as a teacher at a traditional school. So he has experience in both. So just as a very brief reminder, just for frame, what schools are on what schedule as of today. So we have 8 high schools that are what we call traditional schedules, and you can see those listed. This is the same slide from the previous committee of the whole meeting. So obviously these are the schools that will change next year as we move towards the block. Then we have 5 schools that are currently on the block schedule, and you can see those 5 schools listed there as well. 2 that serve kind of in a hybrid of that for a variety of reasons. Carolina is primarily a block school. They do have some traditional courses in their project-based curriculum, and then early college as well. And then, of course, Fountain Inn, which will open next year, had not yet finalized a schedule. And so they would be impacted. So primarily, I'm sure most of the questions that has come to us, and I'm sure to you as board members, have been with the 8 schools that are currently traditional schools. So the question that was posed by Ms. Mosley that I will answer directly, and then of course we'll answer any questions that you have. And I did take the notes, Ms. Mosley, from your opening, but sticking to the presentation itself, this began on October the 9th. And one thing that I would mention to you that I want to paint the picture of is the number of individuals that were part of this collaborative process. So these is a Zoom, of course, because we can't get together anymore. But these Friday Zooms consist of high school principals and assistant principals, career center directors, Mr. Williams and his folks, and their assistant directors. Mr. Popat from Fine Arts Center, the director there, and his assistant director. All high school instructional coaches are on this meeting, as well as the school counselor leads is what I call them. Some schools call them department chairs. Some just call them a regular counselor. They just happen to be the leader of those counselors, but they were all a member of that. And then, of course, myself, Mr. Williams, with Executive Director of Career and Technical Education, Ms. Hogan, as well as a variety of academic department meetings, including Mr. McCoy, Dr. McDavid, and other members of their staff. It would rotate as to who was able to in attendance. That accounts to about 140 individuals that were a part of this collaborative process throughout, and have been, even prior to this discussion, on everything that we've done since March. This group has been together. So these are the individuals that lead their schools, obviously not singularly as the principal, where obviously the final decisions come down to the principal, but those from whom represent different stakeholders within the building. At the high school, for instance, assistant principals are typically over departments. So there would be a science department assistant principal, a special education assistant principal. So they're while their principals also on the call, they are there also representing the individual or smaller groups of people from which they directly supervise as assistant principals. Of course, the instructional coaches are representing the instructional program of the school, and the counselor and the teachers, and the counselors, of course, are representing both. This had to transfer to another school because of a family situation that was brought about by the pandemic, and they were going to lose credits. They were going to have to transfer from one school in Greenville County to another school in Greenville County, and they were going to lose up to 4 units of credit. And it brought up a conversation that's been had, as I mentioned in the November Cal, many times. So the conversation started. The sparks were lit in that regard. So we first started just talking, what are the pros and cons of all being on the same schedule? What's the benefits and what's the negative of that? And so those began to propagate in that conversation, and all folks are providing that feedback. Principals, assistant principals, everybody on that call. Counselors are very vocal, and typically are in these meetings, and so they were very vocal about that as well. And we ended up at the end of the October the 9th meeting feeling like being on the same schedule was best practice for a variety of reasons, and that because of the need of our students and our teachers to have less courses at one time, less students at one time, that block schedule not only met all the other things that we were hoping to accomplish by being on the same schedule, but also maybe some additional benefits. Obviously, the traditional school principals, including Ms. Huffman and Mr. Warren, wanted to go back into their buildings and have those conversations. Obviously, even though that was a very strong leadership group in those meetings, we wanted those folks to go back into their building. So my directive to them was that we were going to go back into our buildings the next week, and we are going to create in your building a pro and con. We discussed some global ones in that meeting, but we wanted, for instance, Ms. Huffman just happens to be sitting in front of me today, so I'll probably pick on her, but Ms. Huffman wanted to have the pros and cons of Riverside High School. Jason wanted Greenville High School's pros and cons, not just the district ones. So they set out that next week to do that. The next meeting, which would have been October 16th, same group of stakeholders, I won't go back over that. Each school presented back their pros and cons list to the big group. And we then began creating a master list of each of the school's pros and cons. And again, all of this was under creating the pros and cons list of moving to block. Okay. So the leadership felt block was the best schedule, school leadership, to propose. Now we wanted to see if there were blind spots for which we were not discussing, from which would cause us to pause that recommendation and maybe not go block, maybe go traditional or some other schedule that's better suited our needs. So the ways in which schools did that, it varied from school to school. It varied whether it was a block school or a traditional school, right? Because it's a different conversation with block teachers who are very comfortable on a block than it is a traditional when they're not. Some schools held school-wide faculty meetings and asked for that feedback in a broad stance. Some schools utilize their department chairs. At the high school, a lot of high schools really lean on their department chairs as leaders in the building. Even though they don't supervise teachers, they're leaders. They're the spokesperson for their department. So some schools went to their department chairs and said, here's what we're looking at. Get with your departments and create a pro and con list for us and get that back to me. Other schools chose to just survey their teachers, just a blind survey. List the pros and cons, what's your thoughts? And some schools, and really, if truth be told, most principals use a combination of those things, including individual one-on-one conversations with teachers, either because the principal noted that teacher was concerned, saw it on social media or otherwise, or the teacher came to the principal and said, can we talk about this? And principals did that. So at that October 16th meeting, after doing all of that collaboration back within their buildings, the schools came back. We had additional discussion, additional back and forth on that. But When we got to the end of that conversation, I asked very clearly for the principals, do we have a majority or do we have unanimous decision that block school would be the best decision for us at this time? And we did achieve the unanimous decision. So that was October 16th. That following Monday was when we have district leadership here in this room. So I came to district leadership and said, here's the work that's been going on the past 2 weeks, both in our Zooms, but also in the schools. And the recommendation is that high schools believe block schedules would be the best approach to get all on the same schedule for 2021-22. District leadership heard the pros and cons. I presented those to them. So they saw what the schools were saying as pros and cons. And although I think probably we could have debated even internal district, and we did to some degree have conversations about what we thought. If we're going to go to one schedule, what was the best schedule? And of course, everybody has an opinion about that based upon their experiences and because there's no wrong schedule. But the district leadership agreed that if the school leadership teams and the principals unanimously agreed that block schedule would be the best for schools, that's what they would support. So we got the support to move forward on the 19th. On the 23rd, which is that following Friday, and as part of the 19th, Dr. Royster asked that we take the final pros and cons list, the edited one that had all schools collaborating on it. So it not just was Riverside's, what Riverside put in, but it was every school's pros and cons. We wanted that to go back to the school stakeholders, both the staff, PTA, SIC, business partners, if you have business partners, wanted them to see that again. Are we missing something here? Is there something that's not reflected in this document that we need added so that we can make the final decision? So on the October 23rd meeting, we finalized that document and asked principals to go back, share one more time with their stakeholders and ask, is there anything that's not on this document as a pro or a con or a concern that you feel needs to be included? And that's what principals did. And that document, you can see is underlined what it was called. And principals did that next week. That led us to our final meeting, which was October 30th. And principals reported back. There were a few additions to the document, none major. And if memory serves me correct, no additional concerns. The concerns were all encapsulated in the previous conversations. There were some additional benefits. I think Career and Technology weighed in on even some more additional benefits to this than originally was on the document. But in essence, nothing new came on the document for which we felt changed our opinion that this was best for our schools. So I came back on November 2nd, and that's when the communication plan began, November 2nd. So since that decision, counselors and assistant principals over scheduling developed a professional learning committee. Mr. Williams has led that. That group met weekly until winter break. We paused for winter break and to the end of the semester and the attendance plan draft to hold off until we get into mid-January or late January to reconvene those meetings. But they met 4 times, I believe, in the fall to begin collaborating on best practices for building a master schedule. The block school counselors have been amazing in that regard and helping our traditional schools understand some of the tricks in the trade of how to maximize your schedule on a block. The traditional schedule counselors have also been great and have, quite frankly, brought some ideas to the block schools that have caused them to rethink some of the things that they're doing. It's been a great process. The same process has taken place between instructional coaches. That's been the academics department. Stephanie Smith has primarily led that along with me, although we've had multiple people from academics on that. And that's to help instructional coaches, specifically at the traditional schools, provide them with the professional development that they need to go back into their buildings and begin providing that professional development to their teachers. And again, that's been a great collaborative group. And again, it has paused since Christmas until we get into the second semester. And then school leadership teams have now almost, I think, totally finalized their course offerings for 2021, 2022. There's still, I think, a little bit of window of time for them to tweak, but it's pretty much go time now because IGPs are cranking. So they are in the process of finalizing the courses they're offering. And that's really more of a conversation for traditional schools because they're going to be able to offer more courses. So a lot of conversations had to be had within the buildings of the traditional schools about the additional courses that they will offer under the block schedule. So that's kind of the the formal presentation. And Dr. Royster, I can either continue now with answering specifically some of the previous questions, or I can pause and let whatever the appropriate protocol and process would be for that.
If you have questions that were pending based on Ms. Mosley's comments, that you might address them first, and then Mr. Lewis may call on board members if that's agreeable with you, Mr. Lewis.
So, great. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And so if I wrote them down correctly, Ms. Mosley, I'll go straight down the order for what you said. And I would also encourage the principals, if they want to add to that, or if you all have questions for the principals, certainly you can direct them to them as well. I think the first question was related to October and why that time. Obviously, we're in on attendance plan 2 at that time. A lot going on. That was kind of the end of the first quarter. Obviously, a lot of moving parts with the pandemic, and certainly acknowledge all of that. The primary reason for that, I may have touched on that in the presentation, was that is usually the month from which we begin to analyze and develop the course offerings for the next school year. All that has to be in, and Jeff, you can help me with the specific date, but it's usually December or early January when course offerings have to be finalized so that we can begin the master schedule process. So that's the typical month for that. Obviously, and I think I referenced this, and I know Ms. Mosley, you were listening, but for everybody as a reminder, I certainly referenced in the November Committee of the Whole that one of the cons that we certainly validated and felt very confident that was a concern was that we were doing this in the midst of other change. There is absolute validity to that. I don't want to deny that. I think, though, to put into perspective why we would say, well, we would continue to move forward with this in the midst of all of this change was because of some of the reasons why this change was important. And the social emotional status of our students, whom are, with everything else going, this was an issue, a concern prior to COVID. It has been amplified from COVID. And to be able to reduce their course load so that they can focus on 4 classes at a time instead of 7 was an overriding decision. The same for our teachers, to have less courses and less preps and less students at one time was an overriding reason that we felt this was the right thing to do. And because we also felt like there was already students coming to high school with a significant gap. We've talked about that gap for those of you who've been on the board many years. We come and present some of that data to you. We don't doubt that could be amplified to some degree by the fact that some students will arrive at 9th grade next year having been in a building with a teacher for a year and a half. That's possible if they went virtual. So the block schedule offers a multitude of opportunities to remediate, to catch students up, with no penalty to their graduation requirements, with no penalty to being able to make a decision between taking band and taking a year-long algebra class because they're behind in math, or a year-long English class because they're behind in reading. They don't have to choose between a passion of theirs, band, art, a career center. We can provide that remediation within their schedule and still allow them the flexibility to take the courses for which they're passionate about. And we just felt like those reasons alone meant that by not doing it this year for next year, that we were potentially negatively impacting teachers and students for those benefits for a year simply because we were in the midst of the pandemic. And so we just felt the reason to do it overrode the reasons to add another change to our teachers in the leadership's mind, school leadership mind. But it's certainly a valid concern, and one that we've continued to work with teachers. I know principals continue to this day. I talked to a principal yesterday that was working with a teacher who still has concerns about that and trying to work with him on that. And that won't end. I'm sure we'll be working with teachers next year on that as well. The parental part, I think, was the next one, the stakeholders, both in the building and with parents. As I said, the school leadership team came to the schools, both with teachers and with parents, PTA, SIC, business leaders, with a proposal. So we started with that because, again, that collaborative group, which represents all of those stakeholders, initially decided that block was the best. We didn't go out on the front end and poll teachers, for instance, to see what do they prefer, and then go back. We knew there would be a split because there is no wrong schedule, and most teachers that are on there and most parents that are on a current schedule want to remain on that schedule. We know that because we've done those polls in the past. We've done that those surveys in the past. So we wanted to say, what is the reason for doing this? If we have a reason and we're unanimous in that reason of doing it, let's take that and give them the opportunity to tell us why this wouldn't be a good plan. And most certainly, if the cons of the plan would have been to a level for which we didn't have answers for, or we didn't feel comfortable, not only would we have not done it, but we would have taken a hard look at the schools that are currently on block schedule and say, well, why are we continuing to do block schedule when we don't believe that's best? The bottom line is we don't believe either schedule is better or worse. It's the context of why we believe we needed to move to be one schedule for next year. And then the final question, and I don't want to step on Ms. Hogan's domain here, but of course, special ed was represented in all of those meetings, including the assistant principal who would be over the special education department. And they were also quite vocal about their constituents during some of those conversations. And Ms. Hogan, I don't know if you want to add any part to the special ed piece with your department and some of the conversations you guys had outside of that Zoom, but
Thank you, Mr. Reimer. As far as conversations outside of that, certainly the special education department, I just met with them this morning, but we meet regularly. I can't tell you the exact dates, but we have special ed specialists that work with all of the schools. And as Mr. Reimer said, we have partial, period schools, and we have specialists that have block schools. So we have some that have had both. I have 3 specialists in particular that have worked in scenarios in both. And I would say overwhelming in the special ed department, we know to lead teachers in special education services that we would prefer the block scheduling. And I just, as Ms. Mosley asked questions, I made notes of things to try to explain that to the whole group. When you're looking at special education services, Ms. Mosley is right. The majority of kids with disabilities spend the majority of their day in general education. In Greenville County last year, it was, if you recall the presentation I did last year, it was 68% of our students spend 80% or more of their day in general education. So when you're looking at strategies to serve kids with disabilities, there are 3 main ways that you do that. You may change their content, you may change the methodology, but the number 1 way is that we change the time and the frequency. So we offer additional time. So when you move into 90-minute periods, students often do not have to leave a reading class to go to another classroom to give up an elective to get reading support. The special education teacher can often provide it, collaborate with that teacher. They can do it in the classroom. They certainly can have pull out for a piece of that, but there's opportunity for intensive practice. They stay on topics longer. There's an opportunity to reteach. Other things that I wanted to make sure that we talk about, they can address real life strategy. The majority of those students that we're talking about have learning disabilities. And often that incurs executive functioning issues, which talks about how you really, I guess, organize yourself, how you know to get assignments turned in, how do you know to keep up with everything. So just quite frankly, keeping up with 4 classes versus keeping up with 7 is simpler. Also, our students spend a lot of time with their special education teacher trying to track down assignments, get things turned in, and complete things. And when you do that with 4 classes versus 7, it is much easier for that. Mr. Reimer and I have worked very hard in the collaboration between gen ed and special ed. It is no secret that the strategies that we use for kids with disabilities work for many folks. If I put a video up right now and has closed captioning, many of you in here would not require closed captioning, but you may read the words that were on the screen and you may benefit from seeing that. So we want general education teachers to use the strategies in special education. So putting those folks together more is always a great idea, but this gives a lot more opportunity. Our schools that are doing block scheduling now for special education services often can do much more inclusive practices because the teachers have more flexibility in that 90-minute period. Those are just some of the first things that I wrote down when you were asking the questions. I don't know if there's anything in particular more. I will say, to speak to the social emotional piece of it, the fact that the teachers really get to know the students and spend time with the students in a concentrated time period of 90 minutes and not a short period where you're teaching something and then there's a bell and you're going to the next class is critical for our kids with disabilities. In the IEP, we don't have every single piece about the child and how they learn, and it certainly evolves and changes with courses and different classes. And what works one week may not work 2 weeks from now. But if the two teachers have an opportunity to collaborate, and that special ed teacher only has to collaborate with 4 teachers, is much better than if she has to collaborate with 7 teachers. So is it a change? It's absolutely a change. And I think change is hard for folks. But certainly we believe that the benefits for special education students outweighs the keeping it at 7 or having 2 systems. Because right now, when we've considered all of our changes of things that we've had to change with, even just our attendance at school, we have 2 systems we're having to consider. Right now, we're getting ready to end a semester, which is a huge impact for a block school. It's not as much of a huge impact at a traditional school.
Thank you. Dr. Roster, do you have any other staff that you'd like to speak? We'll go back to the board members for questions.
I think that covers those areas.
Okay. Thank you.
We
Ms.
would bring
Presley,
those people forward.
Ms. Presley, do you have any additional comments or questions? Okay.
Can I start with Ms. Hogan, just since she was just there? Sorry. So Tracy, can you speak to, I didn't hear you say this. If you did, I apologize. Can you speak to the accelerated pace concern that I have for special ed? Because it is cramming an entire year's worth of math, for example, into a semester. The other thing that I didn't hear you say also is the gap from, like, if you take a fall math and then you don't take one in the spring and then you have to take that gap. And that's really, I have that concern, and I've had parents express that concern even for AP students or higher performing students. That gap. I didn't hear either you or Mr. Rummer speak to that.
Or let me take that second one first, if
Okay,
you will.
that's fine.
Certainly, there definitely has to be an intentional scheduling plan. I think about a student that might need Read 180 or System 44. They can take that first semester, and then we may put English 1 second semester. We obviously have courses at high school that we say for certain time periods of when we would recommend it. There has to be planning with that, and we really want the IGP and the IEP to be connected and carried out through that. It has to be considered. There certainly are times, but you could, when you know when that's going to happen, you can plan around that. And again, if you're planning around that going into your freshman year, you can lay out, this student struggles with X, so let's plan it this way. As far as the accelerated pace of putting everything in 1 year, it's absolutely true. You're doing a year's worth in a semester, but you're also in that room for 90 minutes, which gives you time to get in depth into the content. It's not something that is quickly done. In that 90 minutes, they have a chance to pre-teach, they can do the content, they can reteach. There's just a lot more opportunities, in my opinion.
A risk of having disorders. What is the, are there studies out there? Is there information that can be shared about how students who fit that disability category succeed in a block schedule in a longer period?
I cannot answer if there are studies specifically to ADHD about that in a block period. I can certainly look for that. I don't know if there's anything specific to that with the block period. But what I can tell you is that we know that we need to take breaks. We know that kids need to have, across the content, no matter what. I do think when kids are more successful, they are able to attend longer. And so when you're able to have a concentrated effort on one subject, you're able to be often more successful because you can ask questions, you can feel more confident in that. And so certainly I think teachers are going to have to structure their classroom differently when they're doing 90 minutes. And I believe Mr. Reimer would echo that that's probably the number one complaint and concern from teachers when they initially talked about 90 minutes. And I would say that's really before we started doing models where you have where you're using technology. That's kind of the old school thinking of what I have 90 minutes. What am I going to do with 90 minutes? How do I structure that? There is a change for teachers to do that, but there be built-in breaks and ways to address that. And certainly, if there's a need, we have block schools doing it. I know we have some administrators here. There our special education teachers who have found ways to be successful or worked with their gen ed teachers can help us in our other schools.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, a child that has a high school student that receives ed support now really is not going to gain anything with the block schedule as far as extra class opportunity, because they only get 7. And there's only, if they're going to take ed support, it's going to take up a period, one of those 4 periods, both in the fall and the spring, because they're not going to get ed support for just one semester, correct?
They could, depending on if that was the semester that they were taking English or their area of math. I mean, that's one of the opportunities that could be one semester. It also could be that there is support, and it may not look like ed support. It might be inclusion, would be more of an opportunity that may had not been an opportunity for that student before, because the teachers have the flexibility and the scheduling to be able to go into the classroom more. We do have that happen more at the classes with block. Mr. Reimer and I, when we've done the goals conferences, he gave you a list of dates, but we've also been at schools and goals conferences and talked to them about pros and cons specifically and gone through really in depth. And in the schools that have block, they often have 45-minute periods where a special education teacher may be in there. They collaborate with the teacher for that portion. It doesn't answer your ed support, but there may be students who had ed support in a traditional that may be able to do inclusion and not have to leave in a block scheduling. It'll have to be considered. Those things will have to be considered in the spring as we move into the fall as to what kind of schedule, what the courses are for the kids. But there may be a year where a student gets ed support one semester, and there may be a time where they get it for the whole year, just depending on what their courses are at that time.
Okay, so again, for clarity's sake, I know that Greenville County does not do inclusion classes consistently. And by that, I mean, some schools don't even do them. I believe JLMan phased them out a few years ago. Where we are at Eastside, they do them, but they only do them for math and English, and it's only in the 9th grade. So my question to you, am I hearing you say that you envision the block scheduling allowing us to offer more inclusion classes or that model, and then will it be beyond 9th grade, and will it be more than just math and English?
I do not anticipate it would be more than math and English. I do absolutely anticipate that it would be more of an opportunity. And again, Mr. Reimer and I, every goals conference, whether you be block or traditional, we have been working with the principals to say, what are your barriers and how can we change that? And one of the ways that we have had that is the easiest way to attack it is that 90-minute period. And so you are right. And we are noting every school that we go to, where do you do inclusion? What grade level is it? And we are giving them the expectation and charge to increase that the next year. So, I mean, we want it to span all, but it does take staffing to do all that, but they also need to be trained. And then there has to be a spot in the student schedule. So it's a lot of variables. I mean, it's definitely a desire. And we do believe that the block schedule would allow more opportunity for that. So yes, you are correct in that respect.
I think that answers all of my special ed questions. I have 2 more for Dr. Reimer. In looking at your list of schools that you put on the very first page, just to show us where things are today, traditional schedule versus those on the block, I can't help but notice that the 8 high schools listed on the traditional schedule, with the exception of one of those high schools, the other 7 of them ranked higher than the 4 of the 5 on the block schedule, as far as their performance, as far as all the criteria out there when you look at a high school ranking. So I guess I'm just trying again, because I get these questions, why are we fixing something that isn't broken? And by that, I mean, it seems like at most of these high schools, Eastside, JLMan, Malden, Riverside are all in my area. So that's why I probably am the one that has the most questions, because I'm getting so many. It seems that we're taking high schools that are high performing high schools, and obviously they're doing something right. and we're now changing them to, I'm trying to understand that logic.
Well, the first way I'd answer that is that I would say that the schedule itself, whether block or traditional, has probably the least amount of impact on any school's performance, whether they're at the top of the scale or at our lowest scale. The schedule itself is going to have almost no impact on that. So one way that you could view this is that if those same schools were all block schools, would they all of a sudden not become as high performing, which I think is kind of what you're saying. If it's working, why would you change it? The other side of it is that even, and that's where the research comes
gap
in.
is the biggest concern for
Sorry?
the gap that the gap of taking something in the fall and not having it again until the next fall, especially with these schools, these
Sure.
classes like math that build upon each other. So
I will
I
address
think
that
that's
one.
a problem. I think that's the big one.
Okay, let me finish my thought, if I may, on the scheduling piece, because the research we got with Dr. McCreary's department, he's done a great job of supporting. I don't know if he's up there. He's done a great job of supporting us on the research base of a particular schedule. He's walking this way. I don't know if that means he's coming to steal the microphone from me or not. Is that what you're doing? So I'll let him speak to that.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, ma'am. I just want to say, I've studied, matter of fact, when I first came here, I was researching and studying school schedules. I did it in graduate school. I've looked at school schedules for probably 25 years at least. And if you look at the research, I mean reputable peer-reviewed research, you're not going to find reputable research without some bias one way or the other. Or some faulty design to show that any particular school schedule has a measurable or definitive impact on academics. And the best example, and we say this a lot in here, that teachers really matter. Of course, school principals matter, but teachers matter. So in a class of 50 or a 50 minute period schedule, if you have a teacher who lectures and it's a boring class, then you're going to just change to a 90-minute boring lecture. So the key to this is training, continuously improving teacher quality, training teachers so that, as Ms. Hogan said, they have to break up the 90 minutes, but they can go deeper. There's certain courses that benefit from a 4x4 schedule. You mentioned AP. There is literature out there that talks about AP, but there's some strategies to get around AP courses, to create skinnies, to do spiraling in the spring if you have the course in the fall. So I think with almost every aspect of scheduling, there are strategies that can be put into place to mitigate those negative concerns.
Thank you. And in all fairness, when this was presented to parents, and I say parents because I'm thinking PTA 6 SIC, I think it was presented late October, like around the 27th or something like that, and then it was announced to the public on the 2nd. And so I think where the disconnect for some parents is that you gave them a lot to chew on, and you didn't give them a lot of time to do a lot of research on their own and a lot of opportunities to answer questions. And I just need to say that as a side note, from a change management standpoint, I think there needs to be a longer lead time before whenever we're implementing significant changes like this. Plan to allow people to process and then research and then ask questions, because I'm asking a lot of the questions that I was asked back in November, and here it is January. That we may not even have had to have this meeting if we'd had a little bit more time to process that information before announcing it as a done deal. Last question, at least right now. Did I understand you to say the block schedule will mean smaller classes, like less students for teachers? Does that translate to smaller classes?
It could, but the answer to that is in both cases, possibly yes. Okay. Now, anytime you're building a master schedule, there's variables at play that it's certainly not going to increase class sizes. It may not significantly reduce them, but two key points to that. So you're teaching at a traditional school right now. You have 5 classes. All of our traditional schools have 5 classes and 2 planning periods on a 7-period schedule. Let's just make the math easy. You have 25 students in each one of your classes. You have 125 students at that moment, right? On a block schedule, you will still just have 25 students in a class, but now you're only teaching 3 classes. So you went from 125 students at one time to 75 students at one time. Now, the next semester, you will get 75 additional students. So the total number of students that you see over the course of a year on a block schedule could be higher than on a traditional, but at one time, it's less students. And the second part of that question was that every teacher that Dr. Grant has at his school on a block schedule, as opposed to being on a traditional schedule, he has 1 additional teacher period to schedule. Block teacher teaches 3 periods first semester, 3 periods second semester. A typical teacher, that's 6 total classes. The traditional scheduled teacher teaches 5 total classes over the course of the year. So if Dr. Grant has 80 teachers in his building, he's just gained 80 sections in his master schedule. And so that's when I said earlier, where like Ms. Huffman now has, give or take, 70, 80, 90 more sections. She's got to find out where she's going to allocate those. There are going to be courses that are offered that haven't been offered at that school before. I talked to Mr. Warren earlier today, I believe, and I don't want to speak for you, Jason, but I think you said up to 8 or 9 new AP courses potentially will be offered. Did I see? I'm sorry, Jason. So it is an opportunity for the traditional schedules, even the highest performing traditional schools. I'm sure Dr. Grant and Ms. Huffman would argue who's the highest performing school in our district, and they're sitting beside each other. But let's just for a moment take Riverside. If that's what we were going to use those metrics on, where Ms. Huffman can increase the opportunities inside of her school with these additional sections is going to make her school have other students with additional opportunities, even in our most high achieving school. So I don't know if it got to the class size. So I would hate to say either to you or to any principal that teacher A, who has 25 students in a class this year, is going to have 22 next year as we move the block. That may happen. It may not. But they definitely are going to serve less kids at one time than they currently do now.
Thank you for clarifying that. I know class size is always or I should say reducing class size is always a desire for every teacher.
Absolutely.
And I happen to know particularly classes with students that have, maybe this is a class I have a lot of, students who receive special ed services. In particular, the smaller the class size, the better they are served in that regard. Okay. I think I know that you're never going to make everyone happy. And I know that there's several of my constituents that still will never really be completely on board with this plan. I know it's moving forward. I've been told through the grapevine, right or wrong, that there are some teachers, particularly AP, that are concerned at some schools. What is the plan to help, I guess, alleviate this? We've expected a lot out of teachers this year.
No question.
And then, of course, we're now expecting more of them next year. Some of this transition may be easier for some than others. And I hear you say that there are principals working with those. How do we bring confidence, especially to, and I guess because I've specifically heard about AP teachers, specifically to that population of teachers who have maybe enjoyed a very high success rate with their pass rate on tests, and now they're worried that how to make that, how to continue.
Sure. And so I will answer globally. It may, Ms. Huffman and Mr. Warren may speak specifically to their school if that's of interest to you. But the first thing is there's always, anytime change creates concern, in any rate. And so we certainly validate that. There's no question. When I met with, as a reference, I meet in the PLC with the instructional coaches. That is their overriding concern that they're hearing from their building. In other words, the AP teachers are concerned about this transition. So there's two things we're doing on that level to assist. Number one is we are connecting the block teachers, for instance, at Dr. Grant or with Justin Ludley and the block school that teach the same course, AP Chem, let's just use as an example. We're going to pair them up with Zoom. We're all sick of Zooms, but that creates opportunities to collaborate in different ways. So we're going to connect those teachers here in the spring. We're trying to overload teachers, and it's maybe even a little too early for them to worry about that anyway. They got plenty to focus on right now. But we're going to connect those teachers, and so they can create cohorts amongst the schools, so to help mitigate that. But I also tell teachers, part of the fear of the unknown is literally the unknown. It's very possible. It is possible, not very possible, that some of those teachers that have concerns about their particular content in AP will be teaching a spring AP course, that the schools will be able to keep the course in the spring. Secondly, there could be some that are double blocked, which means that AP teacher is actually going to gain minutes prior to the assessment. And in some cases, they will have it first semester, which would be, I think, direct them to their biggest concern. They teach it first semester, their kids take it second semester. I told an AP teacher yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to dream about this time last year. But next year, first semester, they could record every single lesson that they do live with their kids, put it in their classroom. Those students that took first semester AP Chem that don't have it second semester, they could literally go back and watch every one of those lessons as they prepare for the AP exam. Now, all schools already, we've made this a part. It's not including this presentation because that wasn't the specific question, but we've, as part of our plan leading up to that, Dr. Royster and Mr. McCoy and Dr. Turner and I met to discuss this. We're going to require that sessions be held, which I think most teachers do it anyway, but we're going to make it an expectation that a student who took a first semester AP class that is not in that class second semester, that they have a mechanism, whether it's those recorded lessons I just described, or physically coming to meet with the teacher before school, after school, lunches, or whatever, to get that remediation leading up to the AP exam. And I know Wade Hampton and Greer both have systems in place now with some of their courses that they do that, but we're going to make that a standard expectation across the board. And if Ms. Huffman or Mr. Warren want to add to any of that with their AP teachers that I didn't say in my long-winded answer, you're welcome to do so.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mosley.
All my questions.
Next is Ms. Leventis Wells.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Leventis Wells. Is somebody keeping track of time? Because I don't see Nancy. Okay. We will assume that there are 20 minutes left in this session, and we will extend if we need more time. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Speaking about training and preparing our teachers from traditional AB schedules to block, Mr. McCoy, are you going to hold workshops, and are you going to be working with teachers so they are able to adapt to the block scheduling?
Yes, ma'am. My staff, this will be a little easier transition for my staff being able to support one schedule, because in the past we've had to support two schedules. So yes, my staff is offering, even now individually through Stephanie Smith, as Mr. Reimer mentioned, and the IC cohorts, there's some training that's going on now that some teachers just want to go and get a jump on. We're also planning on offering this summer a block, for lack of a better word, a block workshop or summer academy almost, just for block. Not just for the schools coming over from block, but even the schools that are on currently block and have been to participate in best practices and really addressing a lot of what Ms. Mosley asked about before structure-wise. How do you set up a structure for a block where you're not lecturing for 40 minutes, but how do you change that up so kids are engaged and you are switching for those kids that need switching every 15, 20 minutes?
Right. I think it's really important for the transition from traditional to block for the teachers. I think their focus is how are they going to do their lesson plans? They're going to have to take a 45-minute to a 90-minute, and I think there could be a little bit of a stress factor there. However, I feel that once they get into it, they'll understand that the transition will be more easily obtained and very, very suitable for teaching. Dr. Grant, could you elaborate on what Wade Hampton is doing in preparing those students that are taking AP in the fall and how we're working with them? I know Mr. Reimer just stated that all of the classes are going to be recorded, and the students that took fall AP will be able to listen to those tapes and review all of the material and prepare for that that spring test. So can you tell me what Wade Hampton has done so well in order to make that transition and to make sure that these students have not lost any of that material over that semester, that they were not in the AP, and how effective it's been when they were tested?
Sure. Well, currently we have 21 AP courses on our schedule. And I think the most effective strategies thus far has been just good tier 1 instruction. Of those 21 courses, we only offer 3 of them in the fall. The vast majority of our classes are either double blocked, fall to spring, where the fall course may be a preparatory AP course, and then or an A-day, B-day schedule, where they're still meeting throughout the day, and we double block them with another AP course, so that the teacher has the ability to meet with them from August until May as a cohort, as a class. And then even for the 3 courses that meet in the fall only, we offer remediation sessions in the spring through face-to-face. The past was face-to-face instruction remediation. Now that we have every class recorded lessons, it's going to make that even more accessible for those students. Those 3 classes that we have scheduled in the fall have been intentionally designed that way because we traditionally have had great success even with fall-only instruction. And it goes back to just good tier 1 instruction, just great teachers who do a great job with the students. And so the retention remains, even though there's a block of time where they're not having direct instruction throughout the spring. So those are part of the 3 major strategies we've done that have led to long-term success and increase of AP scores, and particularly students who scored a 3 or more.
Okay. And can you tell me, have there been any studies done over the last 5 years where it shows first semester AP is as successful as second semester AP classes that are being tested, and they test out between a 3 and 5?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any studies of that particular nature. Not personally. I can only attest for what's happening here at Wade Hampton. And I pulled for some of my experience from other districts and other states and how I've seen the variety of differences between traditional and block schedule, particularly with AP instruction. But specific to studies, I'm not familiar with it right now.
All right, let me ask Dr. McQuarrie. I just asked the question, have we seen studies done to show those students that took AP classes first semester and those that took AP classes second semester, how the testing resulted? Was there no difference? Was there a difference? And over the last 3 to 5 years, that's what I'm asking.
There are results in both of those cases.
Yes, sir.
If students take AP in the fall and they have no intervention, so there's no skinny and there's no lead up to the testing in the spring, those students typically score worse than students who have the full traditional year. However, again, if they have those strategies, whether that's some type of, it's really not remediation or intervention, it's just a supplement in the spring to go along with the fall course, then they do just as well. If they take it in the spring, there's really not a lot. I can't think of any research that would say they do less well, because teachers typically know how to accelerate and know how to, and you can go pretty deeply into the AP courses using those 90 minutes. So there's not a lot of difference in a student who takes AP in the traditional schedule versus those who take it in the spring. There is some acceleration though in the spring that has to be done. And sometimes they will begin accelerating, at least given the teachers will give students content who are going to take the course in the spring. They'll give them some content and some readings prior to the course, just because you're looking at a January to April timeframe.
Okay, so I'm going to stay there, Jason. So I'm going to also take the traditional scheduling for students who are taking classes first semester that go maybe a full year before they're able to take another math or English.
Right.
What have those studies showed?
Again, that's why scheduling is so key. When I say scheduling, that's the master schedule. The principal and those associated with scheduling, including the counselors and others, they have to be aware of who's taking, particularly foreign languages and mathematics.
Right.
Those have, above all other courses, those are the two, because of the way they build on each other, should be scheduled together. When they can't, there has to be a mechanism at the school for some period of remediation or just refresh of what they've covered. But no, that is a concern if it's just a cold sequence of courses. But there are some strategies to remedy that, but they have to be put into place.
And I think that's the key that you just said. Scheduling is very important, because I had a son that went from traditional to block. And when they went to the block, it was like, oh no. And then once they got settled into the block, it worked out because the counselors were doing everything right as far as making sure those students, that all students had the math and the English, and it was in the foreign language, and it was transitional. Then, and this is what I don't want to happen, and then the next thing we knew, they had the option to go back to whatever schedule they wanted to, and then they moved back to traditional, which really was a little interesting. So I would say that when we make a decision, we need to stick with it for a while, because not only is it difficult for teachers, but it's difficult for students as well. And with that being said, Ms. Hoffman, so what is your take on Riverside, and not only what are the teachers feeling right now, and are they going to embrace it? I know they have a lot of questions, and who does it affect the most? Does it affect AP teachers? Does it affect special ed? I know it affects everyone, but how is it going to really be embraced?
Great, good question. I have been amazed by our teachers. When we had this time period where we asked for their feedback, I asked them to come to my office, and individual ones met with me, and we discussed a variety of strategies and solutions. And almost before they came into the office, they had already seeked out their solutions, and they had reached out to other schools and other teachers, and they were like, all right, I got a plan. And so since that time it was announced, until actually because of COVID and certain teachers being out, I'm going to wrap it up this week. A meeting with all those departments and those AP teachers and those concerned teachers with their strategies and their ideas. And we're kind of building, the rough draft of what the master schedule will look like. Of course, the numbers do the talking in the end. But I've been very impressed with how they've embraced it and how they're seeking for more opportunities for more students to take AP classes. And again, opportunity has been the key word that we've been focusing on in our building. And I've been impressed with the strategies and solutions that they've been finding and that they've been grasping it. So it's turned into a positive. And again, we're working through this together. I'm not going to make any drastic decisions without their feedback and their insight. And the directions that they're headed has been impressive as of this moment.
I like that. I like it as an opportunity. I think that's a key word. And I like that focus. And I think when you include everyone in that, scheduling and voice and so forth, I think that helps everyone have a buy-in to what's going to happen. This is our plan. It's our plan. It's not somebody telling us. It's our plan, and we've developed it. And so let's make it the best. And thank you so much. Mr. Warren, I know I speak My son went to Greenville High, so it was traditional. Then it went to block. Then and then it went back to traditional. And those that got used to the block loved it because they said the block prepared them for when they went. If they decided to go to a community college or a four-year institute, it prepared them in adapting to scheduling their time. And it was a positive, but then you went back to traditional and it sent them in a whirlspin. So what is the take at Greenville High? Because y'all were block years ago, and then you went back to traditional, and now you're going back to block. You got to go to a mic. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to have to leave that warm chair.
You're okay. That's
Yeah.
Great. I was not at Greenville when they were block or when they converted back to traditional, and I believe most people that I've interacted with are post block as well, so they've been on traditional. So we are somewhat similar. I would say probably to what Ms. Huffman described Riverside. I had through this process have found a large number of our teachers who at other schools taught on a block previously that I was not aware of before, and who are super excited about being able to go back to that because they've seen the opportunities. I think that was a good way to view it, in the way our approach at school and the way those other staff members have communicated it. Either schedule presents opportunities and challenges for staff and students, but also we've been able to look through. So what new opportunities does this provide? I think Mr. Reimer mentioned we have several AP courses we would like to offer as a school with a large percentage of students who take AP courses, but either students cannot fit them in their schedule, so has not been a reason to offer, or we simply can't handle another singleton or section due to class sizes. That now block scheduling gives us that opportunity. In addition, with students that struggle, we are often getting creative with a traditional schedule of providing them a chance to take a virtual course, whether that's a credit recovery or a content recovery, or perhaps they're transferring in from another school and not having earned as many credits to graduate on time. And so they end up taking sometimes 8 or 9 classes at a time because we're getting those extras or throughout the summer. But now on block scheduling, it provides a large number of ways to do that during the school day without overtaxing students who already struggle in school and who are then taking 9 at a time is just a lot to ask them to do. So we're excited about those opportunities, and that's generally how they are approaching it as a staff.
Thank you. Greenville High did a good job scheduling, I will say, when they went to block. Also, I thought I saw Eric Williams in here. Did he leave? Because I was going to ask about the career centers, because the block mirrors the way the career centers would do. And it would be an easy transition for students to be able to go to career centers and then get back in time for their other classes and so forth. And I was just going to ask that question.
And Mr. Williams is probably on his way up here right now. I'm sure he's listening and waiting for a question, but I'll begin to answer it. And then if he gets in, he can add anything I don't. It absolutely was. It's a game changer for career centers for 2 reasons. And fine arts, I should include Mr. Popat in fine arts. It's a game changer because of the fact that everybody's on the same schedule. Eric just recently announced, and here he comes, the ability to go back to multiple credits. But I'll let him finish that. But I would say too, the fact that students have more sections available in their schedule. They're going to take 8 courses a semester. Again, allows students, I said this earlier, that may need remediation or may want to take an AP class, but also want to go to the Career Center and can't do both under the traditional schedule. And some of that, not all of it, but some of that may be mitigated by this extra section. So, did you hear the question?
No, I missed a little bit of it in the transition. So
Eric, I'll be honest with you, when I was at Tech and I was over college and high school where we offered college classes, I knew it was difficult when some schools were on traditional, some were on AB, and some were on block. But how does this work better? Which I know the answer, but how does it work better for those students now that would have wanted to take a a class at the Career Center, but couldn't because of all of their classes they were taking in the traditional setting. How will that benefit them in the career centers, and how will it also benefit those that are already in the careers?
Yeah, we're thrilled. We think it will present a lot of academic advantages for us at the Career Center, as well as some logistical advantages. So in terms of those academic advantages, several years ago, we had to shift back. We were offering 2 credits per semester at the Career Center, per class per semester. We had to shift back so it was 3 credits over the course of the year. We're trying to work with the number of minutes right now. We think we may be able to shift back so that they're receiving 2 credits per semester at the Career Center again, which will help them get to those 24 units much quicker. It gives us more instructional time either way, because we feel like with all of our schools on the same schedule, those students will have a dedicated arrival and departure time that's consistent across the district, as opposed to at Bond's Career Center right now, we have 2 and 2. And so they're coming at different times when they have to be back, whether they're block or traditional is a little bit different. And so we're staggering arrival, we're staggering dismissal. And so it's just a little bit inconsistent inside that classroom when the instructor's trying to provide those number of minutes of service. So, and then of course, some other academic advantages, we feel like we'll be able to increase our dual credit. The block schedule lines up much better with Greenville Technical College. And so we feel like we'll be able to increase those dual credit opportunities. For example, a student may be able to come in, if we can get back to 4 credits per year, come in and complete their program really in the first year. And then that second year would be either dual credit or a work-based learning experience. So tremendous advantages at the Career Center level.
I think it's important to note that a lot of our students that do go to the Career Center are taking those college and high school, those credits that will transfer, and some of them can go in as a second semester freshman or even closer to that second year. So that's really, I love that. And I know that V from the Fine Arts Center feels the same way. So thank you. I'm sorry you had to run back up here.
Yeah, we're out of breath for that.
And I know you're out of breath. So I thank you. And Ms. Hogan, I have a question for you as well. So, and then I will be finished with that. But I want to make sure that all of our people that are here from other high schools have had a chance to speak. But Ms. Hogan, I really, I do understand Ms. Mosley's concern about special needs, whatever the special needs are for students. And I want to make sure that we are accommodating these students in these schools, high schools, and so forth when it comes to their coursework. I know 90 minutes might be a long time for students to sit, but if the teachers are trained properly that are not used to the block schedule, they can break it up, make it fun, activities and so forth. But are you going to be working to prepare these teachers to move from traditional to block?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, when Mr. McCoy answered about the training, I don't know that I would see training much different for a special education teacher than it would be for a general education teacher. When I talked about kind of old school versus a new way of thinking, we do really a blended model of training now when we're teaching classes. It's not no longer, it typically is not the lecture style anymore, not what we would be advocating for hadn't been pre-COVID. So absolutely, yes, I will be a part of that. Our department really works on training all of the teachers because again, we want the gen ed teachers to know to use those strategies to really help because that's where the kids are, but then the special education teacher to support those. So yes, my staff and his staff would all work together, but because we would want all the teachers to be trained.
I know we're giving the teachers a lot to deal with COVID and everything that they're dealing with. If we can make this as easily a transition as possible and we can make it a win-win, that would speak volumes for our students and relieve some of that stress for the parents and help the teachers move right into what they do best.
I should probably add, we did some training right before we went out for COVID on universal design for learning.
I'd like, go ahead. So you say we'll extend for that. Go ahead, Derek. I'm sorry.
I'd like to agree with Ms. Levent as well, and that we extend for 20 minutes without objection.
And So go ahead and finish.
Yeah, we did some training on universal design for learning, which basically talks about ways that you structure your classroom for things that you just mentioned. And one of our main targets was the general education teacher. We had special education teachers in here with general education, and many of the principals here brought and sent teams of people to work together. And we've really had a great focus on that, that the teams at the school are working together. So I see the training that you're mentioning to be something that would be across the board. Absolutely.
I love it. I had one child at JLman in the AB program, AB scheduling, and I had another in block, and then tradition, then block tradition. And I will tell you, it all works. It all works. I agree with you, Jason. There are no statistics that you can find whatever you want to make it what you think it should be. But it just depends on the way you do it. And Block just prepared both of my children for school afterwards, and I love it. I think the teachers are the ones that make the difference, and the leadership at the school. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. We have 4 more speakers. The next one is Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I really appreciate the opportunity to have this come back to the board because I missed the meeting when this was discussed. So I know the rest of the board has had an opportunity to kind of weigh in and have those conversations, but I did not. One of the first things I thought about, because I was traveling and I was listening as Ms. Mosley was trying to listen online, and my signal wasn't always there. But one thing that did occur to me as this was being presented is that I do see a conflict in policy, and part of that just comes out of the history of knowing how we ended up with the policy we have. In 2018, we revised our policy, a lot of our instructional policies over a couple of years, but that one particularly was in 2018 that we looked at it and wanted to make revisions. And so we had a lot of discussion, and in that process, what we did is we worked with Patricia Dillard on Dr. Royster's behalf to look at best practices and how do we need to update these instructional policies to be sure that we're supporting learning and supporting what we're looking for. In that work, the board in particular was very interested, in our committee, as we talked about it, we were very interested in ensuring that students had an opportunity for what we were calling individualized learning time. And we sort of stole that idea from River Bluff High School, which we had visited, that has a very fluid and hybrid schedule. And because we were seeing so many students who were taking 7 or 8 classes with no break during the day, with no opportunity to get remediation, to get help, unless they were staying before or after school, it was really important to us to find a way to schedule our day so that our students had some breathing room. And even with kids that are taking AP classes, more AP classes doesn't translate into more AP success, as evidenced by in our strategic plan, our focus on getting our AP scores up because they're not so great and they don't translate grade necessarily for passing the AP exam. So there were a lot of things that we talked about and hashed over and debated. We got significant feedback from the principals. Dr. Dillard on our behalf went and met with the principals. And some of you were in that room and in that discussion. And then as a follow-up to that, we actually had a meeting in the conference room here where we had a few of you come face to face, and 2 of you are in the room today. And it's interesting because what we are saying now, what I'm hearing now in terms of talking about best practice, what's the best practice for how we deliver from a scheduling standpoint is different than what you guys advocated for, what principals as a whole seem to be advocating for in 2018. Now, that is perfectly okay with me. At that time, I've heard over the years from a lot of different parents who have struggled with the fact that we aren't on the same schedule. And parents, I have seen the children who have been penalized for moving within the school district from a school that's on one schedule to another. So I certainly am supportive of this, but it does beg the question of the policy and what our intent was and what the way we wrote it, and then should that be revisited and should we change it? The other part of that, which was sort of kind of a little glaring to me, and I don't know why we didn't think about it when we wrote the policy, is within the policy we talk about if you're going to change the length of the school day, then you need to get community feedback. You need to get that buy-in because that's a big deal. If you're going to ask people to come earlier or stay later, or if you're going to say we're not going to start till 9 o'clock, that's a big deal. So we had said you have to get input. But we didn't say that you have to get input if you change your school schedule within the school day, which meant a principal could decide, I'm doing block right now. You know what? We really think we need to move to period schedule. It's going to be better. You move to period, 7 period days. 2 years later, you may say, gosh, this doesn't seem to be working. We're going to move back. What I heard, which I may follow up on, is that there's this hybrid where you run AB days. That's how you're double blocking AP. So that's kind of a variation that you might change. And it was really important to the principals in 2018 that we allow each individual school to say what it was they wanted to do in that school year. And if they chose to change from one year to the next, that's the school's authority and purview to be able to do that. So that's what our policy says. And in all this conversation we've had, what I'm hearing is different than that. So I do believe, I mean, I'll stop short of saying that it violates the policy. I don't believe that's the case because what I understand is the principals unanimously decided this coming year, that they all wanted to move to a block schedule. But because even in your presentation, Mr. Reimer, this says the principal leadership team agreed that being on one schedule was best practice. So because of that, I do feel like there's a kind of a misalignment in what our board policy is saying and what we believe is the right thing for the district. So I do want to ask the chair as a follow-up to this meeting, if she would, I think without a motion, you have the authority, Ms. Fuentes Wells, to establish a committee that could look at this policy, revisit it, take in this kind of new information about best practices and make some adjustments to the policy, and then bring that back to the board. So I would like for us to be able to do that, so we align. To be sure, again, it was really important to us. We spent, like Dr. Royster, was it 2 years that we had Dr. Dillard working with us to be sure that our instructional policies, because our role as a board is governance and policy.
It was a long time.
It was a long time. That's right.
And I think, you know, when you do that kind of work, although there was a lot of input to it, a lot of people reviewed that, you can always find later that there's some wording that created in the words that we often hear from other bodies, unintended consequences.
Right. Yeah.
We don't intend to shift that schedule backwards. And I think Mr. Webb, he can give you all the legal citations that would allow me to say to them, no, we're not shifting that. We've done this 1 year or we've done it 2 years. We're not shifting back. That's not a long-term solution, though. I think greater clarity in the wording of that policy is a better long-term solution. Now, and I would also say to you, I don't think there's any, I think you certainly want to move forward with that. I don't know that there's a rush to get it done on a particular accelerated timeline with all the other things going on, because we will also need to staff the committee, but certainly we will do so.
That's right. So
Go through him.
well, no, I'm just kind of just offering that. So I do think it's really important to me, and I've said this to a number of constituents over the course of time and to some administrators as well. I recognize my role as a elected official who has governance and is a policy-making body. And so it's important to me that we do focus and shine the light on what our policies say and know that the district practices are aligned with those. And that if you guys are making a change, that you're looking back and saying, yeah, that makes sense because that's what the policy says. Or, you know what, the board's got this policy. We probably need to go talk to them about it. So, I want to offer that because this isn't the only policy that's out there that we might need to look at and address and consider. With regard to the change in the schedule, I guess I want some clarity. And again, I wasn't here, didn't have the benefit of asking the question. How will we monitor the effectiveness of these different approaches that we might use? So what I didn't realize that you would have an opportunity in the block schedule that the flexibility would be there to run an A-B type of schedule. You use the term double block, and I didn't understand that, Mr. Reimer, until you said, okay, we double block and we do A-B schedule. So is there flexibility within the block schedule that you can run an A-B day so that students are getting the benefit of that longer time with a class?
The simple answer from a scheduling standpoint is yes. Okay, there is a way to do that. I have cautioned schools to be very purposeful in that for this reason. If you're at Woodmont and you're taking 2 AP courses that were AB schedule, which I think everybody maybe understands that now. I tried to explain it last time, and Carlos did a good job this time. But so they're taking 2 courses and they're just alternating days so that they're in the course, both courses for the entire year. Okay, so as opposed to taking one first semester and one second semester, that's typically where the AB day would come into play. But I'm cautioning principals to be very careful about that for this reason. You have a student at Woodmont whom is on that structure. They're taking 2 AP classes on an AB day. They're transferring over to Carolina because they moved. Carolina's not doing AB day, right? That AP class was a fall semester and a spring semester. Well, now we've diluted one of maybe the primary reason to get onto the same schedule, so that a student that went from one school to another school would have a relatively seamless transition. Now, not every school offers the exact same courses, so I don't know that we could ever 100% guarantee that. But we certainly don't want to create roadblocks unless the data shows that. To your point, your first part of was the data. If we find a need for an AP course to be year-long, because the data shows that students are more successful year-long, and you can't do what Dr. Grant did. I think he said 18 of his 21 are second semester or year-long. But those 3 that aren't, if the data showed that was a problem, then that might be a solution, but it would be one of the last solutions that I would support the schools on to fix that across the board because of the transferring piece. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So I would just ask that, I know Dr. McCrary's office, because of what we have in our strategic ed plan, that you guys are tracking performance on AP exams and looking at what that looks like. And then we've looked at correlation to grades in the class, so I know that Mr. McCoy is working with the instructional folks on being sure that we bolster that success. As I said, what we know is just taking more AP classes doesn't translate into success and successfully getting that college credit, which so many people are looking for when they take those more. So I would just ask that you do pay attention to however we have to set that up now, to know that when we make all these changes next year, by the end of next year or the following fall, when we have data on AP scores, we can come back and you can share with the board what that performance looked like. Not to say that if it's not great, we're going to think we need to make a change, but certainly so that we understand how you are using that to inform changes that you might make. Like you mentioned the skinny, which I believe is, explain the skinny to me, how that would work, because you think that's a better option potentially to help a student.
And that's same process. You're taking 2 courses over the course of a year, but you're doing them the same day. So instead of doing Monday, you go to AP Chem, and Tuesday you go to AP US History. You go 45 minutes to AP Chem, and then all the AP
split your block.
Go to or either the teachers' change rooms or all those kids' change rooms.
So you split your block that way.
Split the block, yes.
So, and are you saying that is or isn't something that we would do in the block schedule for high schools this coming year?
It's the same thing. It can be done. Where we started with that is you could do that if you also offered those same courses in a traditional block. That would be the first step to that. So if you felt like you wanted to do that and try that, you could. So that kid who transferred to Carolina, if they're doing skinnies, but they're also have a traditional fall and spring AP class, then the kid, if it wasn't in a skinny, he could move into a regular class, so the student wouldn't have lost any credit. Now, I will say that's mitigated to some degree, again, by what we've learned this year. We've got students right now at almost all of our high schools that are currently taking a class at another school, another high school, which prior to this year was almost non-existent. And we will continue to expand that. So it would be possible from a technology standpoint, even if we had a situation where a student would lose that credit on that skinny, that they could just remain in the class at Woodmont with that teacher virtually while they're at Carolina, so that they don't lose those credits. So we've gotten some things this year that will even further minimize students that transfer within our schools from having any negative impact.
But I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's the other part that I thought when I first heard about this shift. I thought the impetus probably was that in light of COVID and in light of the need to collaborate and to share resources across high schools in ways that we've never done before, that we had seen a benefit. Again, I think you said, Mr. Reimer, we have over the course of as long as I've been on the board, I've heard this debate about what schedule to go to, and should the district all be on one schedule, and what should it be in that whole piece. So it seems to me this point in time, the silver lining, if you will, because I'm looking for those for this COVID cloud, the silver lining really is that we've seen what we can leverage if we're all on the same schedule, so that you guys can share resources, so that, Jason Warren's going to offer, so how many more, 9 more classes than he has previously, then there's maybe a benefit for other schools in the district. Because the concern has been, we have some schools that because of their population and because of they can't make a section because of the number of students, they don't have an opportunity for the class. If we really have this, if we do it right, we can take advantage of what we learned this year and offer more of those opportunities to normalize some of that across the district.
Absolutely.
So that is part of kind of what you're thinking will be, as well as we'll have more of that opportunity for virtual instruction where somebody's maybe in a class that's not in there. We'll continue that, not in their school.
That's correct. And I think you said this, but specifically for those courses that a particular school cannot offer, but that students are signing up for. So, you're at Woodmont, that section doesn't make of whatever that you have signed up for, then one of the first conversations those counselors can have is they can look around the district to see if we can populate that one section of that one class at another school. And in some cases that benefits the other school, because again, that gets more kids in the class at the other school as well. So yes, I anticipate there would be no reason for us to go backwards on that, because we're already beginning to do that. I would expect that to expand over time.
Okay.
Starting next year.
Okay. I think I had one more thought, but I did not write it down. Okay. If I think of the other thing, I might ask to put the mic back if we have time. But thank you. I think if we can look at the policy to just get that updated, I agree with Dr. Royster. It's not that it's pressing that it needs to be done, but we worked really hard to take some policies that were 30 years old and think policies that people weren't paying any attention to and were basically ignoring because they were outdated. And we brought them all up to date in that instructional policy section. So I want to be very fervent in making sure that we constantly are revisiting those and making sure they're aligned to what we're trying to do in the district. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. And just to clarify, there are multiple ways that a committee can be formed. One is for the board to take action and require the committee to be formed. Another is that the chair can form that committee at his or her own discretion. And just to clarify, you are requesting that the chair consider to do that in the future, not that the board take action.
Right, and I see her nodding her head. So if I wasn't getting an affirmative nod from her, I might put a motion on the floor. But
all right, thank you, Ms. Wells.
Right.
Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mrs. Wells and Mrs. Levinas Wells covered most of the ground that I wanted to cover, but I do appreciate the conversation today. I'm a special ed parent as well. I think we all are advocates for special ed. Also, I've got 2 older children that were in a traditional schedule, 2 in a block, and I can tell you the success rate in the block was greater. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Mr. Meek. Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Don't know if we have enough time here. Mr. Reimer, if I understood
Sorry,
correctly.
Mr. Meek, without objection, we'll extend for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek.
Mr. Reimer, if I understood correctly, the PTA and SIC were notified back in October.
Right. Schools went back to their PTA and SIC with the proposal that we have recommended to go block. Here are the pros and cons, and they were allowed to give feedback. In fact, in our final document of pros and cons, it's teased out, and there's actually some of that is directly from a PTA or SIC. Some principals noted it specifically about their particular groups. Yes.
Okay. I noticed that with the 14 traditional high schools, that we are also including the early college. Are we now including the early college as a separate high school?
No, well, it's not a separate high school. It now, Ms. Dean supervises early college, and so it moved from me to Ms. Dean, but it's still a high school. It's considered the high school. She's on our distribution list. Ms. Ford, on everything that we do, she was on all these Zooms. Her staff were on these Zooms as well. Yes.
Her students are still students of the 14 traditional.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes, sir. They get a diploma from their feeder school. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, just briefly, that going on the block schedule would allow some remediation if necessary. Will the district be doing any testing before school starts in August to see which students need the remediation?
Yes, sir. And I'll let Jeff speak to the middle school, what they're doing, but what we're already and the high schools are doing, if they're already at the high school, those students have already been identified. They based upon either their classroom performance or their assessments on Mastery Connect and some of the things we have. So if the student is already at a high school, principals are able to begin thinking, how many of these sections of remediation might we be able to do as these kids matriculate to 10th through 12? And then Jeff, I'll let you speak to students who are currently in a middle school who will be in a high school next year.
Yes, Mr. Meek, it'll be very similar to what we've done in the past. Really, COVID's not impacted that process as much. For middle school, for example, Read 180, System 44 courses that remediate reading that we have set up, we identify those kids typically in the spring through testing and then know to build those classes. We were not able to do that this past spring because of COVID when we went out for leave. That was normally the window we would have been doing that in. So this year, the schools, the high schools, the middle schools did that when the kids came back. But typically, yes, we use same things the high schools do. We look at those benchmark scores. If we're in a year where we have SC Ready, SC Pass, we use the SC Ready, SC Pass scores to identify that, as well as the benchmark data, and then any data for students we've tested for potential Read 180, System 44. As well. Our math curriculum is very similar in the sense that the math actually is a supplemental and core curriculum. So really that process, the teachers are really identifying kids for remediation, so to speak, even through those math classes. And we have that program that helps remediate students and then offer, of course, after school help, before school help as needed for students who need that.
Is remediation for the high school students, will that be like one of the classes? Or will it just be, they only have 3 classes, then a remediation, or when will the remediation be done?
A variety of ways. It could be a class in the sense that, and I believe, Justin, you still have some classes that you have identified students who would benefit from year-long classes. So I'll let him speak to the class part, but also in part with what we're doing now currently with some CARES Act funding is we're doing before school, after school. High schools are currently doing Friday remediation. That'll probably shift to Saturday once we return back, if we're able to return back on the 75% plan and have school on Friday. That'll shift to Saturday. So we're already starting some of that and not waiting till next year to remediate these students. But specifically about the class, which is what I think you asked, Justin, I know it did in English and in math. You may be still doing both, but you could speak to your process for that.
Sure. I welcome the opportunity to talk about some of our students that are the most fragile and with their academic needs and what opportunities there are with the block schedule in that regard. So, for example, backing up from 8th grade, there's vertical meetings with for us. We're in middle school, and we get an idea. We look at the teachers and their recommendations. We also have Read 180 data to look at, map scores, and we can look at this to enrich. And especially the last couple of summers, we spend extensive time in the summer with these special education task force, what we've called it, and we look at every single student's schedule. And we make sure that their academics or needs are met going into this next year. And on the block schedule, what many of our kids we set them up for, particularly in Algebra 1, we double block them in Algebra 1 with an Algebra 1 and a math strategies. So what you get at the end of 180 days, they have 180 days of 90 minutes of instruction with that math teacher. So it's a lot more instruction. You got a lot more time to dig deep, fill in those gaps. And actually, we have 6 of those sections this year, and actually 3 of those 6 are actually inclusion, where you have a special education teacher in there in that class. So you have 2 teachers in there. Not only does that benefit not just the special education students, but every kid in that class, it benefits. And they don't know which students have an IEP, which students do not. And of course, there's strategic scheduling that takes place on the front end to make sure their needs are being met. Also through English, for our 9th grade students, we have, starting this year, students that didn't even have that maybe did not have an IEP, but also still had literacy needs. So we had Read 180 sections, 2 of them in the first semester for non-special education students. So they'll take Read 180 first semester, they'll take English 1 second. We also have students that do have an IEP and have a Read 180 in the ed support class. And in many cases, they'll actually take the Read 180 both semesters and then also English 1 second semester as well. So with those 8 possibilities of classes on the block schedule, you can really provide extra and additional time, and just with the scheduling piece and more hours and remediation for those students. And we've actually this year we even added inclusion in geometry, 2 sections. We added inclusion in Algebra 2 CP 2 years ago. So now we have inclusion Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2. And then also English 2, even on the ESOL. We have an ESOL teacher with inclusion on English 2. So there's a lot of good opportunities, extra opportunities to remediate for those most fragile students, which is a great opportunity.
And Mr.
Is that I'm
sorry, let me add.
Is that remediation done during the regular class hours, or is it done before or after school?
So it's both. I mean, we have the before and after school tutoring and Fridays and Saturdays, but with the year-long math courses, they end that year and they actually get 2 credits. So they'll get a credit in Algebra 1 and they'll get a credit in math strategies, which is an elective, but they'll take that end of course test at the end of the year. So you just have double the time. You have the entire year that you're really digging in, you're filling in those gaps. And I'm a former Algebra 1 teacher, so I know that how helpful that can be, because in a lot of cases they may not be our students that we strategically look at their skills and where they're coming from, their scores. They may not be ready for Algebra 1 day 1, but you've got that time in an entire year to fill those gaps, build them up, and then by the end, get them to where they can be successful in Algebra 1 and are ready to continue on in the subsequent courses.
For your bus riders, how is the remediation have to be done within those block schedule hours, or do you provide special transportation for those students?
We do both. We've had now this year we've had virtual and in-person tutoring, but we have provided transportation for like our freshman academy tutoring, for example. But then the in-person, and it's just everything is more spaced out. So they don't. If Unit 1, if on the semester Algebra 1 course, Unit 1, maybe it's 3 weeks. Well, in the year-long class, Unit 1, 6 weeks, because you got double the amount of time. So in the year-long class, they're doing the same units. It's the same standard of where we want them to be, but there's just more time to fill in that gap. So all that remediation is happening constantly. In real time, you're formally assessing each and every day, where are they? What adjustments do I need to make?
Mr. Reimer, is this going to be a model for all the high schools?
The remediation piece?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the transportation part will also be included in that?
Well, for this year, yes, we've got a good plan in place for this year. Obviously transportation for next year would be dependent on whether we go back to normal, whatever that is. A lot of schools were doing that out of local funds or finding other ways to come up with that funding to pay for that transportation. It could be that the district provides that transportation based upon some of the things that have gone on these past year and a half. So I would want to paint the transportation piece into a final answer to you for next year. But for this year, there's no issues with transportation of students who need remediation.
Okay. Could you enlighten me on what you believe is the number one reason all the high schools decided on the block scheduling?
If you give me one, it has to be 1 and 1A. The 1A, the one truly is, from the school standpoint, less classes for students to take at one time and less students for teachers to have at one time. And that also equates to less preps for teachers. It was a hope. While a traditional teacher may have a concern now because it's the unknown, once they get comfortable on the block, it is less preparation for them and less students for them. And for kids, it's less classes. That's a win. Number one. The 1A of that, though, Mr. Meek, to be honest with you, from a district level, and sometimes the schools don't feel this. Some of the traditional schools don't feel this as much as some of the schools we have on block right now because of where they're located. But the transiency of our district is just enormous right now. And the pandemic has not made that any better. And so the 1A of that is we will be able to say at a much higher percentage, almost 100%, if not close to 100%, that any student that has to move in the middle of a year from one Greenville County school to another is not going to be academically penalized. And that is happening right now. And it's happening with our most transit schools at a higher proportion than it is to our least transit schools.
Okay. Going on the block scheduling where students will be allowed potentially 24 classes in 3 years. Is this going to possibly have more graduates after 3 years than the traditional 4 years?
Certainly mathematically possible. I think one of the challenges that I tell principals now is that, and especially when we start working with a career center, the options that kids can earn if they focus on the 4 years with us, we can give them a year's worth of college while they're still in high school. That's the truth of the matter is they don't need to graduate early to earn college credit. They don't need to graduate early to get a work-based work experience. We can provide that for them. So I think the challenge is on us. To your point, yes, mathematically they can finish in 3 years, and maybe that is best for some students to do. But I think we can offer a lot more to students by having them 4 years and providing to them at no expense or very minimal expense to them college credit and or potentially internships, work-based opportunities to move straight to the workforce. So that's on us to, I think, in our schools and our principals to provide those opportunities and make that worth kids not wanting to leave after 3 years. They want to go forward because they see the benefit of the fourth year.
Okay, you mentioned that some students may be on a, I don't know if you call it a double block schedule at one school and the other school may not be offering that class. Are you going to discourage those schools from doing that or so that everybody will sort of be on the same schedule and they can transfer more easily from school to school?
Well, what we want to do, and we're in the process of doing, is first of all determine what are those needs. And again, a particular teacher or a particular principal who believes a course needs to be double blocked Now, if we're talking about remediation, that's no issue there, because what Justin was just saying is that they're offering remediation for a semester-long strategies class and then a semester-long Algebra 1 all in one block. But he has other Algebra 1 classes both semesters. So a student who transferred to Greer is not going to have any negative impact. I think most of the double blocking questions would come up under AP. And so the mechanism we're going to create either at the school is that they.
All right, without objection, we'll extend for another 15 minutes.
Thank you. That they have a way that if a student were to transfer to them, that they can accommodate that student in a traditional regular block class, one semester block class, or as I was explaining to Ms. Wells, maybe that student, if that is a situation where they're moving to a double block school and they were not in a double block school course, that they remain back with their other school for that particular class or classes so that they do not lose that credit. One way or the other, we're not going to create a system which does not solve one of the main reasons, the 1A of why we're doing this, because that defeats the 1A's purpose.
Thank you. Dr. Oyster, if I understood you correctly earlier when Ms. Wells was talking about the policy change, that you were in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Would it behoove you to bring that revised policy to the board for, instead of having a committee and going through all that process?
Be glad to do that. Either way the board prefers it be done, Mr. Meek.
Can be done that way instead of with a committee.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Ms. Wells.
Make it really quick since we've expired. The other question I wanted to just be clear on is we were talking about doing training for teachers, and the one of the feedbacks I have heard just over the years is that the concern with the block schedule, particularly for higher level content, is that a teacher will still just lecture 40 minutes and then the rest of the class period will use for kids to do homework. So just on the training side of things, I know we've been trying to shift high school teachers, and I think we started with elementary and then middle, and now we've tried to engage high school teachers and kind of doing things differently, more engagement in the classroom. So what does that look like? So just briefly, what is it you're saying to teachers about how to use a 90-minute block for instruction?
So that's 2 years. I think it was 2 years ago. We released both for 7-period and block schools. We released actually a schedule, for lack of a better word, I guess, on the best practices of breaking down a block period or a 7-period day, 7-period into 1 period on a 7-period day, into those structured minutes based on the research for, as you all know, with any kid, really the amount of time they can sit and, listen is typically their age times, 2, or the age times 1, sorry. So if they're 15, 16 years old, really 15, 16 minutes, every 15, 16 minutes, there needs to be a transition, and so even for the younger kids, we try to do that even in 10-minute blocks or 5-minute blocks for kindergarten to be able to transition to keep them moving. Certainly, we have to make adjustments for that for some students who may be classified or have ADHD, or some others that we have to do that a little bit more frequently, or have strategies that encumber that a little bit more frequently. So that would be really the basis that we would continue to reiterate even in that block training and in the summer training, that this structure is based on research, it's based on transitions, and this is really what we would want teachers to follow. And then on the flip side, administrators to follow up when they're in observations in the classroom, that they make sure that those transitions are happening, and what you described is not happening.
So when you mention transition, you're talking about transition from lecture to engagement, discussion, to completing work, solving problems. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, so like a math lesson that maybe typically would be 30 minutes worth of content. Let's not do 30 minutes worth of content up front. Let's do 10 minutes of one content, let the kids do an activity, or we do it together, and then come back and do the next content. So let's just split that up, maybe traditionally than it used to be, where we give the content or direct instruction for 30 minutes, and then the kids have some independent time to work. Let's split that up better so that we are, mixing up for the kids so they're more engaged.
So those guidelines have been out for a couple of years. So that's something that all these teachers that are moving from their period schedule to block schedule are seeing that and understanding how to use that.
Yes, and to that point, the teacher on a traditional schedule that's lecturing for 40 minutes isn't doing best practice as it is, and we need to improve upon that, even if we were still on the traditional schedule, because 40 minutes is not appropriate amount of time for lecture.
I hear you, Mr. Reimer. I'm up with you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Mosley.
Okay, I promise I'll keep this as short as I can. Is it Mr. Ledley? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I had your name right. Okay, just quick question, point of clarity for me. And forgive my ignorance about the course catalogs because I'm still relatively new into high school and I haven't memorized them all and gotten familiar. Am I understanding you on your current block schedule? Am I understanding you to say math strategies is a class, is a credit? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's an elective.
Is that like, okay, does math strategies exist on a traditional schedule? Is that a class that someone can take at a traditional high school, or is that something that y'all have put in place to help bridge that gap between what we're talking about, having a math one semester, maybe skipping? Because I'm wondering is, will we see changes and maybe more classes like that in the course catalogs at these schools to make sure we don't lose ground? Especially, I love the idea. I have an athlete who is an eye on IEP. I love the idea of remediation occurring during the school day, because after school is very difficult sometimes. Before school, maybe a little easier, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. So does that make sense? I don't know if I'm asking that question correctly.
Yes, those courses are out there for anybody to use. Accelerated reading is another one on the English end
Okay.
That we've used before.
And does that go past the freshman year? I mean, we've been talking, we just use Algebra 1 as an example a lot, but does it go beyond that?
I'm not sure about that because we've used pretty much the math strategy and accelerated reading is what we've focused on. So yeah, once you get, you really put a lot of extra remediation in the 9th grade to help them get on track.
Right.
And then beyond that, I'm not sure, but it's available for anyone now. I mean, sometimes other traditional schools probably have done some of that. And actually, I was at Southside when I was an assistant principal years ago, and we had something similar. It was just kind of 2 blocks all year, something like that. But so it's available. I'm not sure about how many courses there are, and Mr. McCoy may.
I was going to say maybe this is a better question for Jeff. Then, do we anticipate additional offerings in the course catalog to help those off semesters? I'm going to call it an off semester, where they're not taking the core class, but they still we don't want to lose ground.
Yeah, so I think right now, currently there's 10 active courses for the math strategies, for example, for next year, 21-22. So yes, there will be more opportunity given that you now have an opportunity for more credits in a block schedule. And so certainly just hearing some of the conversations through my person who's serving on that committee, have had those conversations about the opportunity the kids would be able to have more sections, if you will, that strategies class to go into.
And Ms. Mosley, I don't want to lose the moment to clarify that. That circles back to a point I made earlier, and you've just nailed it. So let's go with Justin's algebra situation. So the student's taking math strategies as one of his 8, and then he's taking algebra 1 second semester. On a traditional, the reason that's more complex on a traditional schedule is because they're only offering 7 classes. So if you take your first and second period are going to be one class all year long, that's 2. You add your English, science, and social studies, that's 5. PE as a freshman, that's 6. Foreign language, 7. Now you're a band student. You can't take band. You're choosing between foreign language and band. In Justin's situation, that student with that 8th class could get their foreign language with the remediation and the band in there, which is, I think, one of the biggest benefits. And we will see increased remediation at some of the traditional schools because of that 8th class.
Well, and I guess that's what I was getting at, is that for students that could benefit from that, but because we can't really logistically make that work.
Right.
I guess I'm just trying to wonder if that's unique to, that's why I was asking if that particular class was unique to a block schedule versus a traditional schedule. And it doesn't sound like it is, but it also sounds like it's harder to fit into a traditional schedule. Is that what I'm hearing?
You nailed it. That's exactly right.
So then I was also asking, would we see an expanded course catalog with some of those remediation opportunities that actually count as a credit, maybe as an elective hour or whatever, because we now have that added extra 8th class, so to speak.
Right.
I would definitely agree. That might clarify that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Once it's in the master course catalog, any school can offer it.
Okay.
So I don't know how many, there are thousands of courses in the master course catalog. So Justin may have originated that and it went through the process coming out of his school. But once it's approved, then it goes in that master course catalog. And any of the principals that have the desire, the need, and the ability to offer it, then can pull that down and offer it.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
If I'll just follow up on that, in the master scheduling PLC that we have those counseling directors that are together. That's one of the big things that they're doing. We have a wealth of knowledge from those block schedule counselors that have done those and figured out, okay, mass strategies works great here, but maybe doesn't work so great here. Now they're sharing those ideas because we're all going to be on the same schedule. So you're starting to see the light bulbs come on, and all those counselors, they're taking that information back to their principals and their admin teams as they talk about ways to offer more effective remediation inside of the master schedule during the school day. So it's really been pretty neat to watch that group work together.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you for letting me open this can of worms today, so to speak, and revisit it, because this discussion has been very helpful for me, and it will be very helpful for me to explain to really everyone that I'm getting questions from. So
Thank you, Ms. Mosley.
Thank you all, principals. Thank you.
I don't believe there are any other questions. I have one, and so if we could just for a second, and then we'll end. So could you just give a little bit more detail about the conversation that you believe principals had with their PTA and SIC leadership?
Right. So I think it was the third week of October. I could go back to the schedule. They, during their October PTSA SIC meeting, if they were having them physically, I think most are now doing Zoom because of COVID, but they were to share with PTSA and SIC the pros and cons document that we were currently working on. To move, the proposal is to move to block. Here's the pros and cons. Give me your thoughts on that. Give us your perspective on that, and provide that feedback. And that was within that window of time prior to the final meeting, where I said, has there been any additional pros and cons to this document that need to be added? And there were a few from PTSA and SIC where principals had not met with them until later in October. But that was the expectation to the schools.
Do you believe that was the time when the principals should have said to the PTA and SIC leadership, this is an idea I'm bringing to you because I'm in support of this idea, rather than this is an idea that was given to me by the administration that I'm supposed to collect input on?
I think anytime principals, especially if they were one of the ones initially that brought it forward, it was maybe their idea, but we all agreed on it, whether it was your original idea and you had to be sold on it, and you looked at the pros and cons and then realized, this is the best thing, I'm all in on it. And we voted, we didn't, in fact, we didn't even vote. I called on each school to give their thumbs up or thumb down. So how that conversation then happens, whether it's PTSA to the teachers or the SIC, absolutely should be that it was the word our. I think anytime a principal uses my or I, that's not the leadership we want. This is our decision. We felt like this was the best way to go for our school. Now you tell me why that may not be the case. So I don't know if I directly answered your question, but that's the way I would see it, and that's the way I would have done it as a principal, and I would have expected the principals to do it in their building.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that the challenge I have is that different schools handled it differently, just like they do any other issue. And all of the schools that are represented in this room, as I talked to SIC leaders and teachers, heard a conversation they were asked to be a part of, but not every school handled it that way. And in particular, I know we've talked about in some places, the conversation was basically presented as a top-down decision that they were requiring to be a part of, rather than something that they were bringing to the community, which I think is what caused some of the conflict here. Because if our principals are going to represent to their public that they're being forced to do something, and yet the board is being told we don't have the say in whether or not you do it or not, then it causes a disconnect between whether we and our constituents are being told the same thing. And so I would just hope that as we look at possibly reviewing this policy, that when we start talking about stakeholder input and seeking input of affected students, that we we figure out a way to consistently do that among all of our schools so that all of our stakeholders are hearing the same information. I think it was the right decision to make, but I don't know that it was sold the same way at every school.
And as with anything, Ms. Lewis, I know you have done this before. If there's any specifics that you want to have a conversation with me about, so that I can help in any particular situation where you've heard something, I can help make a principal better. That's my job to do. So I'll be happy to do that.
Our expectation for principals would be when you come and you're a part of a decision, in this case, a decision that's very origins began at the principal level. Then whether you initially agreed with her, or maybe even at the end, if you didn't agree with it, but it was still a consensus decision of the group, then you should, as a leader in your building, go back and own it. I was a part of this decision. We came to an agreement. The agreement was that this was best for students. I fully support that. Even if you didn't support it, but you had the opportunity to voice your opinion, and it was a consensus decision. As I understand this, as it was originally reported to me and has subsequently been affirmed by Mr. Reimer to me, it originated with the principals. And when they reached that point, they all agreed this one, a common schedule is needed and benefits our students and our schools. And two, of the options that are reasonably available to us, this is the better structure for us to have. And the only point, and I think Mr. Reimer said that in some of his, I was trying to think of the proper term, I won't say dissertation, some of his earlier presentation, he mentioned to you that on a particular date in October, I said to him, and he subsequently said to principals, if this has not been vetted through your SIC and PTA, that is an integral part of this. Now, I believe at that point it had been done, perhaps not every place, but most places. So that was really the only directive issued from here about it, and that had to do with rounding out the input. I think a better process would have allowed for greater time for that, to Mrs. Mosley's earlier point. But we need to know if, in fact, there has been some less than appropriate representation of this by our leadership, so that that can be addressed, and Mr. Reimer can coach them to a better performance.
Thank you, Dr. Usher. We can definitely talk more offline. So I think that concludes this session.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I appreciate it. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Our technical people need to reset and make sure our live streaming is being provided as appropriate. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're back. We will continue instruction. We finished the instruction section, and now we'll move on to administration. At this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Lisa Wells to chair this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. So item 3.01 is the comprehensive annual financial report. We have a recommended motion from the administration to accept the FY 2020 comprehensive annual financial report.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Sailors.
I move to accept the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive annual financial report as presented.
Second.
I have a motion to approve and a second. There is a presentation, just for clarification, because this is different than it's been in previous years. We are approving the CAFR because it needs to go to the State Department of Education by the 15th of January. However, it isn't totally complete until we are able to conduct the single audit on the CARES funds. So what we will be approving is the financial report as presented, but we will not receive our final report until that single audit has been completed. So just for some clarity, because it's a little different this year. In terms of what we're gonna see, and then what we're gonna get. So with that, Dr. Royster, do you have anything to say before we let
The only thing to add to your very thorough explanation, You may recall, those of you that have been on the board before, this would ordinarily be something that you would be asked to do in November. And I believe that all of us were led to believe, Mr. Finney included, that the federal government would have issued the guidance to provide for the single audit of the CARES Act fund prior to that normal time. Realizing that that was not going to occur, the state acted to move the deadline for submitting our CAFR from December to January. It is still not available. I believe as of today, you still don't have the guidance for the CARES Act.
We do.
You
I'll
do
talk
have it
about
now.
that in
Good.
just a minute. Yep.
But the extension requires us to submit it to the state prior to that completion. And in order to meet that date, we're presenting it to you today for information. And that is one of the driving forces, among others, for a special call meeting following this to meet the state's newly extended deadline that we would not meet if we waited till the board meeting at the end of the month. Having said that, I will turn it over to Ms. Stack.
Robin, you gonna say that again into the microphone?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Royster. Mr. Feeney is here to guide us through the presentation of the audit results thus far. I think you will find he has included everything that's normally in the presentation except for the Single Audit Act reporting that comes at the end of the CAFR, if you remember how it is set up. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Finney.
Mr. Finney, before you start, let me just interrupt you and say, we do have three, you probably know this, but we do have three new board members. Right. So there are three of us that have not seen a CAFR report before. So just as you present, maybe there might be some things you might say that you would not otherwise say to us based on the seasoned length of tenure some of us have.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Stack, Dr. Royster. Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. The good news is we're actually talking about the audit and the results of the audit. The bad news is it isn't completely done yet, as everybody has stated. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a background, as Dr. Royster said, normally we're here in November. Normally we're doing our audit work in September and October, and then we wrap up the CAFR, issue our opinions, come to you in November. We still got most of the work done when we normally do. But because of COVID-19 and the pandemic, because of the CARES Act money, we were waiting and waiting and waiting. The school district, the good thing is the school district received a significant amount of CARES Act funds, expended a significant amount of CARES Act funds. The result of that was that we cannot complete the CAFR and issue the opinions until our work has been done related to that CARES Act money. Originally, the CARES Act guidance was supposed to come out in October, then it was November. They actually issued it on December 23rd, the day before Christmas Eve. So we really just got started on this part of the work last week once everybody was back and up and going again. So we're in the process of wrapping that up right now. I think probably by the end of this week or early next week, we will have our piece of the work done. And then us and the school district need to go through the review process and get everything issued. As far as the State Department of Education's January 15th deadline, they obviously understand everything that's going on. And so they are more than happy to accept a draft January 15th, knowing that, a final version is coming soon. So that's the plan right now. Any questions about any of that before we actually talk about the audit and the financial results?
So let me just clarify, because you say draft in our motion, we don't specifically differentiate that. Is that Mr. Webb, is that a problem that we are saying we're accepting the audit? Or I guess, does the administration plan to bring the final back for approval? Dr. Royster shaking.
Yeah, yeah, I don't
I'm
really
sorry, I
think that.
should have always think about it. Yes.
And I'm happy to come back again once we have a final CAFR if you'd like for us to do that.
And it's just the question of the motion.
Yeah, that draft or preliminary, maybe, might be a good clarification if that's the intent for us to bring it back when it is indeed finalized.
And then the other thing we can let you know, there's probably not going to be any significant changes between the draft and the final. It's just making sure we wrap up this work, but I really don't think hardly anything's going to change between the two, just so you know.
I'll look at the language on that motion. Maybe we can amend that or substitute as you present.
Okay, great. Okay, so as you know, when we talk about the comprehensive annual financial report, that is essentially a summary of all of the financial transactions that the district has incurred throughout the year. So when we talk about the year ended June 30th, 2020, we're talking about hundreds and thousands and millions of transactions that have occurred. And what you see in that CAFR is essentially a summary of all of those transactions. When you look at the financial statements, you know, we see the balances, we see the amounts, we see the disclosures that are in there. What we don't always think about, and I always like to remind you about, is the fact that behind all that are internal controls and processes and procedures. And from our perspective, and I think from Robin's perspective, those controls, processes, and procedures are just as important as what you actually see in the CAFR, because those controls are making sure that what you end up seeing in the CAFR is accurate and complete and reliable. And so I always like to take a minute and just remind you about the importance of the internal controls. I like to remind you the fact that there is no perfect internal control system. So there's always limitations on what you can do. But from our perspective, the district has a very good internal control system in place. But with that being said, what I also like to remind you, and I like to remind management, is that what's also very important is to make sure that we're constantly evaluating those controls, right? Because things change. So we call that risk assessment, where you all may think of something and you just wonder, how do we do that? How do we make sure that this happens the way it does? And asking those kind of questions from our perspective is important for everybody to do that along the way. So having said that, one of the risks that we constantly talk about and think about from a financial perspective is the risk of fraud. And so I like to talk to you about that in terms of, if I were an employee of the district and I found myself in a situation where I needed more money for whatever reason it may be. Right now, the most common reasons tend to be health situations, gambling, drugs, alcohol, those kinds of things. But I find myself with a need, and in order for me to actually do something, somehow I've got to rationalize that that's okay, right? Most of us are going to stop right there and say, okay, let's figure out what we need to do. But there are people who say, I know where I potentially can take money that's not mine, but I've got to rationalize that that's okay for me to do that to get to that point. And so what most people do is they say, you know what? They don't appreciate me here. They really don't pay me enough for everything I do. They don't know how hard I work. And so I justify somehow that this is okay. The district can do literally nothing about those two things, right? That's something that's happening with me personally. Where the district can stop it all is with the opportunity. And if there's not a good opportunity for me to do something about that where I work, then it's probably not going to happen. Or if it does happen, it's probably not going to happen very long before it gets caught. And the way the district deals with that opportunity is the internal controls and processes and procedures. And so that's one of the reasons that all of that is so important. So having said that, then the other thing that is an important district's responsibility is actually the preparation of the financial statements. I mean, the amounts, the disclosures, all the information in there, it's the district's responsibility. We might physically put the statements together, but it is the district's responsibility. So then what you ask us to do is to come in and perform our audit. The end goal of our audit are the opinions that we issue. And I always just like to highlight a few things that opinion does and does not do. So that opinion is providing reasonable assurance, okay, not absolute assurance. We're not looking at every single transaction. We'd never get the audit done if that were the case. So we're selecting a lot of samples and looking at the more material transactions. And then our opinion is saying that everything is materially correct as a result of that reasonable assurance. The opinion also does not address the financial condition of the district. We'll talk about it in a few minutes. The district is in good financial condition. That's not what the opinion addresses. And then the opinion really does, the whole purpose of the audit really doesn't have anything to do with detecting fraud. We're trying to make sure that what's in the financial statements is materially correct. Obviously, if we see something, we'd make the district aware of it, but that's not the goal of the audit. So we haven't finished the audit, so we haven't actually issued our opinion yet, but we're 99% of the way there. And based on everything we've done, we are planning on issuing an unmodified opinion. I know that language doesn't mean a whole lot to anybody, but that's the best opinion you can receive. So your goal, no matter who you are, is to get that unmodified opinion. And so that's a place that I like to stop and say that doesn't happen without a lot of hard work. And I think Robin's the only one here, but between Robin and Trace and the rest of their team, they really do a very good job. This is just one place that you can actually see that happening with that unmodified opinion. All right, so with that, let me talk a little bit about it, June 30th, 2020, as a result of the audit, the district's financial condition and where you're at. And we always like to start talking about general fund balance, simply because that's, if you were to look at one measurement, that's really probably the best way to see how the district is doing. So the general fund balance for the year ended June 30th, 2020 increased a net of about 17.5 million. So your total fund balance is almost 178 million. But I want to point out, I say net because the actual excess of your revenues over your expenditures was almost 40 million, about 39.6 million. But then the board approved back in December a transfer to the building fund of about almost 22 million. So that's 17.6 million is the net result after that transfer to the building fund. Out of that almost 178 million, there's about 2.7 that's already been set aside because of inventory you bought or some other expenses you've already paid for. About 3.7 million of that is committed for specific projects. And so what that leaves you is about 171 million that is unassigned. And when we say unassigned, what we mean is that it is available for future general operations. So unassigned means it doesn't have any restrictions attached to it, but it can be used as the board chooses. We like to look at, in terms of how healthy your general fund balance is, by looking at it as a percentage of expenditures, of the next year's expenditures. And so you can see your general fund unassigned fund balance is a little over 25% of what you have budgeted for 2021. We look at that as a good, healthy fund balance. You can see GFOA there is a national organization. It's the Government Finance Officers Association. That's what GFOA is. They're a national organization, and they kind of provides a lot of generic recommendations to state and local governments. Their recommendation when it comes to what's a reasonable minimum fund balance is basically 2 months, or about 16.7%. You can see you're in the 3-month range. And then obviously, I think y'all know, but you have a board policy of a minimum of at least 8.33% or 1 month. So that kind of gives you a perspective of where you stand there. And then I like to remind you about why having that healthy fund balance is so important. And probably not a better time to do that. So first, I want to mention that remember when we measure your fund balance at June 30th, the district is going to have to go about 5 to 6 months before you're going to receive any more significant property tax revenue. So you need some of that fund balance just to carry you through the fall. And then one of the other reasons, I'm not going to go through all of them up there, but the other one I've highlighted is that obviously a healthy fund balance is important. So when you do experience emergencies or unanticipated events or whatever it may be, you've got some savings, you've got something there to help you out. And obviously that's been the case this year. And thankfully, the CARES Act has come along and that's helped. But this has been a time that we've seen some clients that are in a good, healthy position like you are weather this storm much better than some others. So how'd we get there? How'd we end up with those results at the end of the year? So I've got the highlights on general fund revenues here. You can see general fund revenues were about 666 million. I've kind of highlighted the big pockets of that. That's about a $43 million increase over where you were in 2019. And I show where those increases come from. And you were about $21 million over what you had budgeted for the year. Most of that came because of the higher state allocations than what were budgeted. That's the revenue side. If you look at the expenditure side, about 651 million. Again, you can see how that breaks down. That's about 36 million more than where you were in the prior year. And you were about 21 million under budget. And you can see most of that was in your instruction and support. Most of that is because when you budget, and I think rightly so, you budget basically at full capacity as far as your people. But obviously there's people coming and going. And so typically you spend less than what you budgeted on your salaries and benefits because of that. So let's talk a little bit about the other funds briefly. That was general fund. So you have two special revenue funds. One is called special projects funds, and it's primarily federal programs. There are some state programs in there too, but it's primarily federal, about 50 programs overall. And you can see in that fund, you've got revenues of about 64 million this year. And what I've highlighted for you is that almost 8 million was recognized for the 2020 year because of CARES Act funds that were expended as well. So that's a big part of that increase. The second special revenue fund that you have is the Education Improvement Act. You can see revenues of about 48 million, about 30 programs. What's important to remember about both of these funds is all of the money you receive in these funds is restricted for how it can be used. So the state or federal government says, this is how we want you to spend the money. And that's how you need to make sure you spend the money. These are the programs, these federal programs in the Special Projects Fund. That's what we select to test when we do our single audit work that I'll talk about in just a few minutes. Your other funds, you've got a debt service fund, actually two debt service funds with about 25 million sitting in it. Those funds, those are set aside because of reserves that you have to have because of the debt you have outstanding. You've got about 100, you had about 140 million in your capital projects funds. Obviously, you've got planned uses for those, and continue with those projects. And then you've got a food service fund that's got almost 23 million in fund balance. It increased a little bit, but you can see this was another major area where you had CARES Act funding that you used about 4.8 million for the 2020 fiscal year. That money was a combination of money that came from the state, and a good bulk of that came from the county program as well. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these next two slides, but I know we do have some new board members. So the school district participates in the state retirement system. And the state retirement system is significantly underfunded. And what I mean by that is if you look at benefits that have been earned by employees in the system versus what is sitting in the assets in the system, there's a significant deficit there that exists. A few years ago, there is the governmental accounting standard body that the district has to follow is what's called GASB, or the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. A few years ago, they issued a requirement for all local governments to start recognizing their portion of the unfunded liability that exists at the state retirement system that they participate in. The state retirement system right now, the last number I think I remember seeing it is only about 50% funded, which means there's a very significant liability, unfunded liability that exists at the state retirement system. You can see just Greenville County School District's portion of that is almost $800 million at June 30th, 2020. I think the overall numbers in the $20 to $25 billion range at the state level. Two important things to remember about this is, one is Greenville County School District doesn't have to suddenly come up with $800 million to pay this liability. As long as you do what you have always been doing, and that is to make the payments to the system each month as you withhold them from employees and as you pay the employer portion, you're doing everything you can and should be doing with this. The purpose of this statement is as much to let everybody know what's going on at all the different state retirement systems around the country with the unfunded liability. The other thing that is important to remember, though, is that the retirement system is going to continue to increase the employer rates. They actually took a break for the 2021 year, the year we're in now. They delayed the increase because of the pandemic, but know that going forward that those rates will continue to increase, which means it just takes a bigger portion of the district's budget as that continues to happen. Essentially, we have the same thing with the state health insurance system. So I'm not going to repeat everything, but you can see there what I've got in bold down there is the district's portion of that is about $731 million. Same thing. As long as you're paying your premiums, you're doing everything that you can and should be doing, but also know that the rates are going to continue to increase because that's the way they're going to try to make up that unfunded liability that exists. Got a slide on the capital assets and then one on debt just to kind of give you the big picture. So your capital assets are about 1.2 billion. You can see you had additions of about 57 million. The depreciation expense related to those assets was about 48 million. You had commitments outstanding at June 30th, 2020 of about 62 million. I'm just kind of giving you a few of the highlights in terms of some of the bigger projects that are ongoing. And then on the debt side, you've got about 690 million in debt. Most of that debt is with BEST, About 630 million of it or so is with BEST. The rest is with the district. It decreased about $50 million. That was because of the payments that you continue to make. It was offset somewhat because you did issue some refunding bonds. But your payments, you can see your total principal interest payments for the year we're in now is going to be about $67 million. So give you the big picture there. This is just to highlight for you. We all know the pandemic's going on. There actually is some disclosure in the notes to the district's financial statements that are there discussing this. And the reason this is there is because there's still a lot of unknowns, right? We still don't know how this is going to continue to impact going forward. So it's just important that we make sure the readers of the financial statements understand that that is the case. So now we get to the single audit. I mentioned a minute ago that because the significant amount of federal funds the district receives, that the federal government asks us to look at a program or two every year and make sure the district is complying with all the different requirements that exist. This year, we looked at USDA program, and then obviously because it's new, we were also asked to look at CARES Act, USDA program. We finished, no findings, no issues. The district's doing a good job with its compliance. CARES Act, we're in the process of finishing up now. We have not found any issues up to this point. The other document that you will receive once the audit is complete is what we call a management letter. It's a letter from us to the board that in essence is doing two things. There's some required communication from us to you about how the audit go. Did we have any disagreements with management about anything that we ought to make you aware of? There were none. So just some required information. And then if there's anything that we feel like it's important to bring to your attention, whether whether it's internal control related or whether it's just something we found, we include that in the letter as well. As we have in past years, the one comment we have in there is just regarding the internal controls at the schools, simply because to remind you that the internal controls at schools, and we do this with all the school districts we work with, are not as strong because you just can't afford to have as many people there as you need to have. And so there's just a little greater risk of error and fraud as a result of that at the school level. So that's the management letter. And so let me just kind of summarize from the highlights from our perspective. So number one, we are planning on issuing that unmodified opinion. Number two, with your general fund balance where it is about 25%, very good financial condition. I think you ought to be very pleased with where you're at with that. And just a reminder, do continue to expect both the health insurance and the retirement rates to continue to go up and to continue to be a bigger piece of the pie as we go forward. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Mr. Finney. I'd call Mr. Sailors first.
Madam Chairman, in light of the fact that this is, I would say, part one of a two-part series, I'd like to offer a substitute motion to the one that's currently on the floor. Doug, can I do that? I mean, since I made the original motion.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move that we accept the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive annual financial report draft as presented for submission to the State Department of Education.
Substitute motion in a second. Is there any discussion on the substitution? Hearing none, all in favor of the substitution, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Great. Thank you, Mr. Sutter. So now we have the main motion on the floor, and then we'll entertain any questions or discussion. Does anyone have anything? Mr. Lewis.
Welcome back, and I appreciate you guys do such great work, and I really appreciate the comfort that you bring to understanding the financial system that the district has in place and whether those systems mirror or are challenged by systems that exist in other places. And so thank you for that. I appreciate every year you talking about the liabilities that we have to talk about with insurance and retirement, and yet I feel like every year we leave with you saying it's on paper, it's a problem, but it's not something that we necessarily need to take action on to address this year. Can I just make sure that I'm hearing you say that again this year, that these are concerns on paper, but you would not recommend that we take any action currently to address those?
That's correct, Mr. Lewis. What I would say is, as long as you realize that the rates are going to continue to go up, so it's going to continue to impact your budget, you're doing everything else that you can and should be doing, because you're making your payments to both of those systems just like you should be doing.
The next question I have is about the fund balance, the unassigned fund balance. So I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about, so according to your numbers, we have an unassigned fund balance of 25.2% of our budgeted expenditures. GFOA recommends 16.7%.
Yeah, and what I want to highlight about the GFOA is, remember, when they make their recommendation, they make a point of saying they consider that a minimum starting point. So what we like to tell everybody is, use that 2 months as a starting point, but then you need to say, okay, what do we want to do beyond and above that?
We seem to wrestle with this every year.
Yes.
And it appears to me that the number, we get comfortable with 18%, and then we say, well, let's make it 20%, and then we get comfortable with 20%, and now let's make it 22%. What is the number that, if you were on this board, you'd be looking to see as a comfortable fund balance to prepare for the future and adequately have in reserves? Is it 3 months? Is it?
If it was me personally, I love to see 3 months. And I tell every school district that, because that allows you, it really allows you to do a few different things. One is, what it allows you to do is to do exactly what you did this last year and you've done in past years, what was make that transfer to capital projects. And when you're able to do that, that minimizes what you might have to issue debt-wise to get projects done. So from that perspective, I kind of look at it as you're saving some money because you're not paying interest on the debt. It allows you to do any other projects or whatever else, the board may consider important that they want to put money toward. So from that perspective, 3 months is a great place to be, because it gives you flexibility to do things you want to do, but it also allows you to make sure that if something comes around that's totally unexpected, you're in a place that you can handle it and it's not going to be too harmful from a financial perspective. So does that answer your question?
So 3 months will be about 25%. Then it's kind of the number we should be kind of setting as a target. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Meek.
Thank you. Mr. Finney, on the part for combination of state mandated and local required expenditures, we were under budget 21.6 million. Is that correct?
Say that again, Mr. Meek.
On where you got the general fund expenditures.
Oh, okay. Let me go there.
You've got the combination of state mandated and local required expenditures, 21.6 million under budget.
No. So where I say you were 36.5 million over in your 2020 expenditures compared to what you spent in 2019. So you spent 36.5 million more. That was because of a combination of some state mandated and local required expenditures.
Okay. What is the 21.6 million?
Under budget. That's where below you see the savings were you can see where they were at. 7 million of it in instruction, 13 in support, about $1 million in every place else. That's where most of that was related to your salaries and benefits being lower than what you budgeted.
Okay. When you're saying support, what are you referring to?
Everything outside of instruction. So it's the administration, it's finance, it's all the things that's not related to instruction, everything else the district does.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Larry, other than the fact that our total amount of revenue for the year 2020 was $666 million. I find that somewhat ironic.
Yeah.
To pick up on what Mr. Meek mentioned earlier, when we say savings on instruction, support, and all others, that's where we froze. Maybe Dr. Royster can answer this. This is where we froze salaries and expenses and cut travel and stuff like that.
Now that, I think, Ms. Sellers, would be some of the things we did going into this year's to the FY21 budget. I think a good example up there, if you look at savings on support, at 13.7 million, we've traditionally been inside our energy budget. But if you think about last spring, we had fully 1/4 of the school year where we were running setback, right? We were running as if it were a night or a weekend. So we had far more. I don't have the number with me. Robin probably has the actual number up there. Several million under our utility budget. Savings on instruction, there would have been other things. For example, I would think there possibly staff development funds that were in the general fund, Larry, that would have been within the instructional category.
Correct.
Well, starting March the 15th, nobody went anywhere. Now, we might have participated in a Zoom meeting or something, but you start looking throughout our budget where so many of our things that are not directly employee salary and benefit expense, it's because we're going and doing and moving. And we did very little going and doing and moving during the spring. So that helped to really, and you'll see this later on. Larry doesn't address it here. You're going to see it later on because we talk about the bonus amount we've recommended to you all and how that can be funded and still maintain relatively the same amount we told you at the beginning of the year that you could use out of general fund balance should you need to backstop loss of revenue. And you'll see in there where we told you an amount last spring as we did the budget. We felt like we would be able to set aside an additional X amount of dollars from this coming year's fund balance. It's now X plus Y. I'll have the numbers later in this presentation. We'll go over that. So it will be reflected in that presentation, although it's not necessarily in detail in Larry's, it's contained within that.
Right.
And then one other question, Larry, the report that you're going to be giving the State Department, it will include the letter and everything that we would normally see in a report from your firm. It just will not include the one component related to the CARES Act.
Yeah. So what we'll send the State Department will be what they're used to getting. Right. It'll just have draft on it because it won't be finalized. And we will actually go ahead and include the CARES Act information in the single audit section since it's draft, and we can update whatever we need to. So it will be what they're used to getting. It'll be the same thing. It'll just be draft.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Sailors, is there anyone else? Mr. Finney, I have just a couple of clarifying questions, and I guess some of to Dr. Roester's point, he's got some additional presentation. The unassigned fund balance of the 171, does that include the frozen budget items or not?
The frozen budget items are actually in your FY21 one
Right.
budget,
Right.
some amount of that revenue might appear in fund balance because it's not been expended in the manner it would normally be expended. Larry, would that be? But that would appear
Yeah,
this year.
that's probably right. Yes. Yeah, that'd be correct. But yeah, when I hear you say frozen, from what I understand, I think of 2021, not the year end June 30th, 2020 that I'm talking about.
Well, and I guess because we had fund balance that we then assigned, and then we moved some stuff back and forth. It's probably going to be more clear in your presentation that you do.
Hopefully that will be in the way we've laid it out. So we try to go back and lay it out one to one to show what we talked about in the spring and align it with the effect that this action, if you take it, would have on it.
Right.
So hopefully that will bring greater clarity to it. All this obviously, it's to a degree, obviously it's complex, but it's to a degree a little bit confusing.
Right. Okay. So then on the under budget amount, can you help me? Normally, I think we're at about 1.5% under all. So we're about 1.5% under our general fund budget. Always, we tend to track them.
Correct. You're usually in the 1 to 1.5% range. Mm-hmm.
So now instead of 1 to 1.5 this year, we're at 3.3 because of those savings that you're talking about that we had.
Correct.
So even kind of beyond the norm of what we would have, there's that significant amount of money that's additional.
Yeah.
And I guess because the new board members wouldn't necessarily have heard this discussion before, we never want to spend over 99% of our budget. We really don't want to be 98% or below. So we really try to get that 1.5. We try to hit right on 1.5. We don't want to have gotten more taxes than we should get, nor particularly in an organization our size, with the number of people who, within their authority, within their budget, can spend money. We don't want to run anywhere near that red line at the end of the year, which could cause us future issues, particularly with bond rating. If we have what would appear in the eyes of our raters, an unrecognized utilization of fund balance. Now, we see a problem coming and you all vote to move money from fund balance. They would not view that in the same way.
Correct.
Now, they much more favorably view it if you do it in preparation of the budget from one year to the next, as opposed to, we say in March, well, it looks like we're going to run a little short. But even that is much preferred over ever going in the red.
Okay. So then then one follow up on the commentary around the retirement funds, the PIVA, and the need that they're going to continue to raise the employer portion of that.
Right.
Should we be insulating ourselves and maybe setting aside, if you will, the percentages that might be needed in our budget so that we don't run into a situation? Because what I can foresee happening is, so let's say next year they say, well, you got the employer match is going to be an additional 2%. So that's going to go in our line item of expenditures that we have. It's going to be in excess of state if the state doesn't fund it. So we're going to be looking at, well, how many mills do we need to raise to make that happen? So should we be thinking about, as we've got, I mean, everything's really fluid right now, but should we be thinking about how to mitigate that potential increase by trying to sort of set aside some of that now in anticipation of having to raise that amount?
Well, what I would say is, I know in previous discussions with Mr. Knotts and now in talking to Robin and Therese, that's always in the back of their mind when they're thinking about the budget and going forward, is realizing that a few more dollars are going to have to be set aside to make sure that that's part of what we think about going forward. So I would say that they're already
in the planning for that
way.
Certainly, if we can insulate ourselves and help us on the millage increase side, we're better off that way. So
as you recognize with that, you walk a fine line, because once you begin to use fund balance to mitigate, which obviously is a non-recurring fund, use that to mitigate what will become a recurring obligation of the district. If you dig that hole too deep with temporary dollars, because this is obviously a very unusual situation that we're accumulating this amount, you could dig a hole so deep that an ordinary tax increase or even a series of ordinary tax increases would not fill the hole, and you create an extraordinary increase or one that you don't even necessarily have perhaps the ability within the statute to enact.
Right.
So that becomes a really slippery slope, and those members of the board who were here, I'm sure will recall, we did use that strategy over the period of 2011, Robin, 2012. We had originally a 5-year window we began with, I don't know, 13, 15 million?
16.7
million. And we had planned over a 5-year period to eliminate our reliance on that amount. And we did that actually in three or 4 years. We did it more quick, which was what you'd want to do. We did it more quickly than we had planned to do it. So that's kind of our most recent example of utilizing fund balance for purposes of offsetting recurring expenses.
Yeah, and I'm just to clear, I'm not suggesting that we would use fund balance for that purpose, but just in thinking about our operating budget and what we add for next year, I think this is not something that I'm always remembering when we have that conversation in the spring about our budget. And we always talk about what's funded and what's required, but I don't always remember that there is this looming thing that every year or so, they're bumping us up and it's another expenditure. So that was kind of just for me what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Is there anyone else have any questions? All right, then the motion on the floor is to accept the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive annual financial report draft as presented for submission to the State Department of Education. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Finney, for
Great to
your
see
work.
everybody. Thank you.
So moving to item 3.02 on the agenda, we have COVID leave. We have a recommended motion from the administration to establish a district COVID leave program mirroring the COVID leave provisions under the CARES Act that expired on December 31st, 2020, effective through August 31st, 2021, and to make this program retroactive to January 4th, 2021. Ms. Leventis Wells.
I'd like to make a motion to establish a district COVID leave program mirroring the COVID leave provision under the CARES Act that expires on December 31st, 2020, effective through August 31st, 2021, and to make this program retroactive to January 4, 2021.
I have a motion and I have a second. So the motion is on the floor. Dr. Royster, would you like to present or speak to this motion, this recommendation from your administration?
Really not necessarily present, but just to speak to it briefly to answer any questions that might occur. Simply what you have in front of you for your consideration today is a mirror image extension of the CARES Act COVID leave that the federal government provided for through the first half of our school year through the rest of the calendar year this past year. It has all the same provisions in it. It has the same total amount of leave. It is exactly identical. We felt like one that would be best for our employees and for the district. As you recall, and there probably is included in here, a matrix of what that leave looks like. I don't think I'm out of time yet.
No, you're not.
I think we didn't get reset, I guess.
That must be left over from something else.
Yeah.
You have a description of what that leave looks like. And again, it is exactly what you have seen before. The reason obviously to go back to January the 4th would be to go back and pick up any employee who had to take leave after it expired at the end of December. We had some hope that the federal CARES Act 2 would reinstate it, but it did not. That may come later. We don't really know. But this gives us, I think, our employees some assurance some reassurance in very uncertain time that this is an additional benefit given the circumstances of the time beyond their normal sick leave. As we did before, if they have to quarantine for a direct exposure, school, or carrying out their employment responsibilities, neither this nor their sick leave would be charged. We would charge that to business leave because it is business related as opposed to either sick leave or directly pandemic related. Any funding needed for this, we put an outer limit on what we believe the upper amount would be. We would fund it out of either CARES Act 1 or CARES Act 2, depending on which one has the shortest term of effective date. We've not yet seen that on CARES Act 2, but whichever one ends the soonest, we would use it to fund this. The actual cost is really only substitutes for those employees for whom we would get subs, and overtime for employees in certain areas where we don't get subs, but they work additional hours to carry out the responsibilities created by the absence of another employee. That would be areas like building services, transportation, fans, those sorts of areas. I believe that covers, in summary, the particular aspects. We did ask that you extend it through August, not knowing what coming towards the end of the year might look like. It just seemed wiser to give a little cushion in there before some additional action would be required or perhaps not required. Thank you.
All right, great. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Yes, Dr. Royster, I appreciate you bringing this before us. I think it's very important that we show our employees throughout the district, teachers, bus drivers, food services, custodial, everyone, that we have their best interests at heart. And knowing that we are able to use the CARES Act funding to take care of this is another plus in our favor. So I'm just very appreciative that we're looking at all aspects and trying to figure out what we can do to assist all of those working for us in the district, as well as serving our students, parents, and community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Dr. Royster, just a few questions. So just as a clarification, so this would extend to allow for 80 hours of leave per employee. And I think I heard you say that if there was an exposure that happened at work, that they wouldn't need these 80 hours because there is other coverage.
We would consider that something they incurred while working. We feel it would be within the authority of the administration to use the code business leave. I don't believe that would be appropriate. That's the reason we brought this to you. For us to use that discretion and apply it to an illness or a quarantine for a potential illness where the exposure occurred outside our walls. Yeah.
So just knowing that the spread rates and the infection rates have continued to grow, if a teacher today drove out to one of the sites, got tested for COVID, and found out that they were testing positive, but they were uncertain whether they were exposed at work or at home, but knowing that we're sending more kids back today than we were six weeks ago, likely could have been exposed at work. I mean, how does the district calculate a positive test that may not have a certainty for where the exposure occurred?
We would generally speaking err on the side of the employee. This comes into play more often with quarantine than it does positive test.
Okay.
Isolation.
And so this could be used for if an employee needs to quarantine because their child has been exposed or
yes,
someone
all
else in
the
their
things that
household.
it allowed, which weren't strictly related to the employee's own health condition or to a quarantine of the employee, it has some other caveats in it. It maintains all of those that were allowable in the CARES Act 1.
Okay. Well, I just want to speak in favor. I'm just so glad that this administration is able to kind of proactively anticipate the challenges caused by lapses in coverage by the federal government and is able to cover our employees in ways that I think respect the work that they're doing. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Lewis. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Dr. Royster, can you tell us the difference between the isolating and the quarantine?
Ma'am, if you're in isolation, you have tested positive. You may be displaying symptoms. You perhaps are asymptomatic and never display any symptoms. But isolation means, in essence, you have tested positive either with symptoms or without symptoms. Quarantine refers to those individuals who, through contact tracing, have been determined. Of course, if it happens during, a report comes to us from somebody during the workday, the people who might have been exposed to that person, i.e., they were inside 6 feet, or they were inside 6 feet with a mask for more than 15 minutes, or they were not within that alternative that DHEC has approved of being in the plexiglass with a mask 3 feet apart. That's the same as being outside of 6 feet. So generally speaking, it would be someone who had been inside 6 feet or its equivalent without a mask, or been inside 6 feet with a mask, but for more than 15 minutes. Does that clarify?
Okay, so when it went from 14 to 10 days, is that for the quarantine or that's for the isolate?
That is for the quarantine. And we have adopted the second half of that. We'll talk about that in our COVID update later on, where with a negative test, a test that must be taken no earlier than the 5th day, the employee can return on the 8th day instead of the 11th day with a negative test, not the quick return version of the negative test, but the more accurate version of the test.
That's with the quarantine, right?
That is with the quarantine.
So with the positive test, what's the days on that?
The positive test is generally 14, but there are some exceptions related to clearing from a physician. Those I would need Janet to speak directly to. I don't know if she's on here right now. She will be on when we do the COVID update. So we might want to hold that question, because there are nuances to there are numerous nuances to all these things. That's why we want our person responsible for health services to weigh in on any that aren't just absolutely, you do this until then, oh, there's this exception. We want them weighing in on that.
Okay, can you tell me again how we are determining whether they got it outside the building or inside the building with the numbers being high in the community?
Well, when we have a report to us that someone tested positive, for example, no different in this building than any other. We had a person here who tested positive. And that person was in proximity to a number of people. Through contact tracing, we determined all the people that they were in proximity to. And that was quite a few people. Within that number, we determined that there was somebody that was outside that 15-minute window. So that one person had to quarantine. Of the many people that the other employee was in proximity to, only one had to quarantine. So we go through this very lengthy process, very detailed process, because that's what helps protect our employees and our students and keeps our building safe, to ensure that we have covered anyone who's been inside that window that you should not violate, that might then become positive because of that contact.
Is this the time or in the special call meeting where that if they know that a child has tested positive, but their parents still send them to school, do we discuss that in the special call meeting, or
That
Or
probably is a
share.
more appropriate topic for there, but we address that as well. Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Goodman-Call, there's also another agenda item related to quarantine protocols, a little further in the agenda, in the CAL, that might allow opportunity for you to ask some additional questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this item? Okay. Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor to establish a district COVID leave program mirroring the COVID leave provisions under the CARES Act that expired on December 31st, 2020, effective through August 31st, 2021, and to make this program retroactive to January 4th, 2021. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Excellent. Moving on to item 3.03, employee bonus. This is another agenda item that's been brought to us from the administration. We do have a recommended motion from the administration to provide a one-time bonus to all active GCS employees of $1,000 for all salaried exempt personnel, $500 for all salaried and hourly non-exempt personnel, and $100 for adjunct personnel in recognition of their extraordinary efforts this year under the parameters detailed in the attachment and as presented by the administration. Mr. Meek.
And $100 for adjunct personnel in recognition of their extraordinary efforts this year under the parameters detailed in the attachment and as presented by the administration.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. So we have a motion and a second. And Mr. Meek, can you, did you get, no, okay. So can you, I know it was the first part of it that you changed, the first, can you,
I'm sorry.
let me make sure I know what the motion is before we do the clarification.
All I did in the motion is leave out after the $1,000, the words for all salaried exempt personnel, $500 for all salaried and hourly non-exempt personnel. The rest is the same.
So to provide a one-time bonus to all active GCS employees of $1,000 and $100 for adjunct personnel in recognition, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your motion. Okay, so there's a motion and it's been seconded.
Yep, covered it.
Okay, so we do have before we speak to the motion, I think Dr. Royster has a presentation to address the motion that I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Royster.
Right, our presentation obviously is keyed around the recommended motion, so we'll go through with that. We will need to, I think, provide to you as you consider this, I guess, substitute motion or alternate motion or different motion, the fiscal impact to the change that you are considering. But simply stated, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought significant disruptions to our normal operating and infrastructure routines and unprecedented challenges to every aspect of operations of Greenville County Schools. As a result, every GCS employee has been called upon to do things differently, work harder, to be more flexible and creative. If you look at those challenges, you might express them in two ways. During the workday, all classifications of employees have faced additional challenges in maintaining the necessary protocols and adapting to more constrictive work environments and additional requirements. Secondly, after normal work hours, for many employees in all work groups, there has been an additional workload burden that is carried over into evenings, weekends, and holidays. While other employee groups receive compensatory time at the rate of time and a half, or overtime pay at the rate of time and a half for time worked beyond 40 hours per week, salaried exempt employees is the one classification not compensated for this additional work. Hence the reasoning for a split bonus of $1,500. And then we have a group of employees that really do not fit into either of those two categories. For example, they simply serve as an hourly paid tutor, or they might work as an hourly employee in an after-school program, or they might just coach. They draw no other salary in any other category. So we've referred to them in this recommendation as adjunct. So at the end of the day, all of those employees would receive some amount of bonus. Again, it's presented in the attachment, $100 if you don't fit in one of those two. We also have included, though we did not speak directly to it, but they are addressed, substitute employees. Substitutes would receive $250, in other words, half the rate of the non-exempt for the first half of the year, and $250 for the second half of the year, as calculated by how much they substitute of available days. So if you didn't do any substituting the first half of the year, you might have the opportunity to come earn the other half of that bonus in the second half of the year. That group is handled a little bit differently from the other two. But again, it provides a recognition for all of our employees without regard to what level, and in some cases, really without regard to their full or part-time status. The ones with really below full or part-time status are addressed through the adjunct. Now, there is obviously a cost to this. As presented, you'll refer back to the second page of your presentation. You will see a presentation dollar amount of $9.4 million. $9 million from the general fund, $4 million from the general fund balance, $400,000 from the FANS fund balance, because as you recall, FANS employees are paid from a different revenue account than the general fund. If you look at the chart we have displayed now and is contained in your board docs, the other one, please. All right, if you look at that, the column to the left, column 1, explanation, titled Original Explanation, and column 2, titled Original Amount, you will recall that looks exactly what you found in your budget materials in the spring. When we talked about having an amount that we believed we would be able to apply should we have revenue shortfalls during the year. Again, remember at that time we knew we were going to have some CARES Act funding. The final amount available directly to us was at that time undetermined. It was estimated to be 17.6 million, having to do with private school participation. So if you think back to last spring, said we would freeze $5.6 million in our FY21 general fund budget. You'll recall some of those items: school supplies, staff development, some positions that were frozen. You recall some of those things. They totaled $5.6 million. CARES Act, $17.6 million. The general fund balance, which really would be the amount in an ordinary circumstance that we would likely have come to you and said, we believe that we have the availability of $15 million. We recommend that you spend it on the following non-recurring items. Didn't do that last year. So $15 million from that source. We had earlier recommended, and the board had approved, the transfer from general fund balance to the building fund of $10 million for the CTE Innovation Incubation Center. put that on delay, held it. And then we estimated to you that this year, looking back from last spring, that this year would likely produce another 6.8 million to add to that 15 million that we would feel comfortable saying to you, you could use that, you could apply that without getting, not only without getting down below the board required fund balance, without creating a cash flow issue in December, January, when we would typically have one, and still providing a little bit of cushion. We are never going to bring you a recommendation that we didn't plainly say in boldface, screaming red letters, this takes you to a dangerous point. If we don't say that, there's a little bit there. There's still a little bit there beyond your required amount and beyond what we believe we could cover with a slight dip into your amount. There's always going to be that because we believe in being very prudent and very conservative in that. Now, if you look to the right, the third column is the revised amount and an explanation as to the revision, rows and items. All right, we're still using that marker of $5.6 million. However, we're saying to you that we can cover that from excess of revenues over expenditures. We could theoretically unfreeze all those things. We don't need to, but we could. If we did all 5.6 million, we might need to come to you and say, you need to act to transfer fund balance to cover it. We're not going to do that. We plan to unfreeze about 800,000, which restores the supplies frozen at school level, and 1/4 of the total amount for staff development. It was in 2 lines. We've already been through half the year. We also know there would be less reason to expend in the second half, but there are things we need to do. There might be things related to the discussion about the block schedule that we might want to do that would incur some expense. There are conferences that are occurring through Zoom and webinars. Anyway, we would propose to expend 1.2 million of the frozen. You don't have to vote to do that. We told you when we did those freezes, we would come back to you, tell you if we unfroze anything. If we did the whole amount, we probably would ask you to act on that fund balance. We're going to stay inside the 1.5 million that was put in the budget for cleaning. Because we don't need it, we've been able to use CARES Act for that purpose. So we can restore that without changing our bottom line. The reason that's important is we estimate that we're going to lose about $5.6 million in EFA state revenue because of the drop in our pupil count. So we're still good unfreezing those 2 items. We still can maintain this 5.6 by utilizing new revenue in excess of expenditures. The private school population chose not to participate because there were parameters around it. The ones that would have been eligible chose not to participate in CARES Act, which made that amount increase from 17.6. Now, we also charged in our general fund budget any item that could reasonably be charged to the CARES Act. And we did that so as to give you greater flexibility in improving expenditures from the original amount. If we replace general fund dollars with CARES Act, which is a restrictive fund, and we create an equal amount of general fund balance, you have greater discretion in applying that balance. So we charged out 3.3 million for virtual program learning technology support, which is an additional that you all approved. And then we charged $7.1 million in legitimate expenses we incurred in the general fund budget that fall under eligibility for CARES Act. So we created a more accessible, broader ability to apply that where you believe we might need it. So that changed the revised amount from the CARES Act down from 17.6 to 8.9. But you'll see that we picked that up later on. All right, so you have 15 million from the general fund balance, which we had shared with you earlier. Funding from FY20 excess of revenues over expenditures. We can restore that $10 million for the Kate Center and utilize that $10 million to replace it. And the additional general fund balance, which again simply moves some of that would have appeared up there in CARES Act item number 1 line down to this lower line. It picks that up of 15 million instead of 6.8. At the end of the day, we're only $1.5 million below the $55 million backstop that we had going into this year that we talked about last spring. Now, that does not include your consideration of the alternative motion. Robin, in just a minute, I believe, can give you the number that it will take the 9.4 million, the amount by which it will increase it. Remember, the 9.4 million does not come out of any of this. We have the ability to do the 54.5 including spending down the 9.4. As another reminder, we were able to secure, because of the food nutrition services tremendous effort for community meals, we were able to procure funding through the county's CARES Act funds to reinstate the amount that we had spent down from the food nutrition services fund balance. So because it had taken a hit of around $4 million, Robin. And so that restored that 4 million, the 400,000 will come out of that 4 million. We still have a generously sufficient amount of food and nutrition services fund balance. Of course, you all know the restriction on that is it's got to be used for food and nutrition services expense. For example, coming online, one of the things they budget within their budget, the new Fountain Inn High School, the kitchen equipment in Fountain Inn High School come out of the fans budget. So that shows you the revenue picture. Now, the next one shows you our excess revenue over expenditures. The next slide. All right. Robin, if you would identify the 39.6 in the audit that Mr. Finney presented, because I believe he departed.
He did. He left.
If you would identify the location of that 39.6 in the audit they were just presented.
Yeah, the 39.6 is found on page, actually it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th slide. And it's the note where Mr. Finney explained the total increase to the fund balance of FY20 for excess revenue over expenditures was 39.6 million. And then we had a transfer out of what the board approved back in December to go to building fund based on recommendations that y'all approved back in December of 2019. And the net was 17.6 million. But for this purpose, we're starting with the true increase in fund balance, which is the excess of revenue over expenditures for FY20. So we start out with 39,600,000.
If you start at 39,600,000, you'll see that we claimed CARES Act expenditures of 7.1. The estimated reduction in the 2021 revenue, 5.6. The replaced funding for CTE Innovation Incubation Center, $10 million. Estimated cost of bonus to employees, that's the general fund balance portion. And the fund balance amount used for potential revenue reductions. which simply shows you that given the new position you were provided by the audit, there is a zero impact to your fund balance. In essence, doing the sheet before will have used up that fund balance by covering the employee bonus and backfilling every one of those items that we were using as a $55 million backstop to within $500,000. That allows us to recommend to you the recommendation that we made, the bonus as described, and it shows that it has no impact to our position really from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. The other mitigating factor that we do not recognize in here, but I think it is important to say, we do not yet have a final amount. We do not yet know all the guidance for expenditures. We anticipate a CARES Act 2 that will exceed 4 times the amount of CARES Act 1. But it will have restrictions, and we will spend significantly from that amount to remediate students. Make sure we fill those gaps. You all spent a lot of time talking about that this morning. To make sure that we fill those gaps. Now, will that take that entire amount? I do not believe it will, but that will be a significant portion of that. And while we don't have a number to give you for that today, nor all the parameters, I think it's important that we share that. Robin, as the board considers the amount, what would be the difference in the 1,500-100 structure and the 1,100 structure? I guess I should say the 1,500-100 substitute structure and the 1,100 substitute structure.
There would be an additional $2.1 million we would need to fund that substitute structure.
Now, 2.1 to move the 500 to 1,000.
Yes, sir.
All right. A separate issue is the substitute bonus was based on 500.
Yes.
And I do not know if that would mean it would move to 1,000 or it would stay at 500. I would need, I guess, some clarity, or we need to give you a number so you could give clarity to that. Do we have a number as to what that would cost to go from 250 to 500?
Not specifically for substitutes, but in this figure, it covers everybody but the adjuncts employees.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The additional 2.1 million increases the bonus for everyone to 1,000, but the adjunct employees.
But and that was clear in the motion. The adjunct was 100. The substitute, make sure we all have the same information. The substitute was divided into 2 parts, but yes, total it was $500. In your calculations, you would have included it as if it were part of the classified hourly or the salaried non-exempt.
Yes, sir.
So it would be accounted for in the 2.1 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll make sure we were all on the same page, because we would take your motion to move the substitutes as well. So we would certainly ask clarification to make sure you all have a number that truly reflects the cost.
And so, Dr. Royster, obviously you had a motion that you recommended and a structure that you recommended, and you just said 2.1 million. How does that figure? Can you help the board know where that fits into your data that you have, or where you get that money from? I guess
I think the easiest way to look at it is, this might change obviously over time, But right now, if you were to go back to that $54.5 million, I would suggest that that 2.1, that the 2.1 would reduce that 54.5.
52.4.
The stat, you're
So-
the keeper of the decimal places. I want to make sure you're
Am I
all on the
correct?
same page with it.
Okay, so if you're looking at that chart where you were trying to kind of demonstrate that you had an original amount of 55 and you had a revised amount of fund balance that was in line in terms of the budget.
In that dollar amount, $500,000 is not a material difference.
Right, okay. So now you're just saying we would reduce that by the 2.1 somewhere on that revised amount side.
To 52, changes your third column, second number to 52,400,000, 52.4.
Okay. All right, so I've got a few people to ask some questions or make some comments. We'll start that now. Ms. Leventis Wells.
So let me just make sure I understand. All of our employees, which include teacher aides, custodians, food services, all of those people, teachers, everyone would get $1,000. Is that correct?
Prorated to their employment.
Prorated.
I don't know that we specifically mentioned that.
I'm good with that.
If you're a half-time teacher, half that amount.
Right.
If you're a half-time custodian, you work 20 hours a week instead of 40 hours a week, half that amount.
Okay.
We have some quarter-time employees. That is generally quarter-time, half-time, three-quarter time, 1.0, proportional to your FTE status. Yes.
Part-time subs. Would that go for part-time substitute teachers?
We structured the subs based on a percentage of their available work opportunity.
Okay.
If they only subbed half the available days,
right,
because obviously that's different from full-time, then they would get 50%.
I just think it's very important that we look at everyone who's serving our students. The teachers do a ton of work, but all of these people contribute in some way to making sure those facilities are safe, that our students arrive on time, that security is available. Everything comes into play. I think we need to make sure that we show our people who are putting themselves at harm's way, just like law enforcement, first responders everywhere. I think we need to acknowledge their service, their commitment, and that they understand that we care. We hear them, we care about them, we support them. So I'm all in favor of this motion. I'm hoping that we will be able to utilize some of the CARES Act money, and we can find ways to offset the cost of the district. But I'm telling you, in my opinion, I hear from so many, and teacher aides, they're there just as much as teachers. Secretaries are at that front desk. Everybody plays a major role. So I'm all in favor of this substitute motion. Thank you.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
And also our people in media.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Linda just said basically what I was going to say, but I want us to be very careful whenever we're making differences in the jobs that we think are more or less important when bringing a motion like this. It may have been well-intentioned, but the people in those positions that are recommended to get the less amount would think differently. The buildings, whether they are schools or district buildings or otherwise, cannot run without the custodians, the secretaries, the clerks, the aides. So while the monetary compensation is great, we also need to always remember about the safety. That being said, is this going to be a separate check or in the check with the taxes coming out? Because somebody did ask me about that. What would that $1,000 bonus look like if it was in the regular check?
Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, I'll be glad to answer your question, but first I need to speak to something you said. This administration has never failed to bring forward a recommendation regarding to any sort of salary or compensation that we did not recognize every group of employees. Every group of employees is important to this school district. The differentiation that we made here in this recommendation had to do with the fact that no teacher and no other exempt employee is paid any additional extra for extra time. It's not to say they are less or more important, but our classified and our hourly employees, if they work beyond their work hours, are compensated either monetarily or with time off. There was no slight intended toward any group of employees, nor would I bring forward to you any motion that was a slight towards a group of employees.
Okay,
in fact, if you will look at the percentage that this amount that we recommended is of the average salary for those work groups, it is almost exactly the same. And you have seen times when we have brought forth increased compensation recommendations for classified work groups that exceeded that of the certified work group, and times where the certified work group has exceeded the classified as a percent because of wanting to make sure we remain competitive in the marketplace and treat our employees equitably within the marketplace. So we don't bring forward recommendations with any intent to do anything other than recognize the importance of every employee, whether that be a person who only comes to coach a single sport for us one time a season, or somebody that works day in and day out at their assigned task. To answer your question, we do not have the ability to provide a bonus without taxes being withheld. By structuring it as a bonus, there is no retirement contribution withheld. For our employees, I believe that is currently right at 10%, Robin. But they will have to pay taxes on it. So they will have no retirement contribution, and it will be in a separate direct deposit, separate payment line on their direct deposit where they will see it separately on February the 15th.
So it's going to be 10% less than $1,000, which is like $900 that they will get.
No. They don't have to pay their retirement. So to go back to your example, if you got $1,000, you would ordinarily pay 10% of that into the retirement system. Every check all of us get, all of us that are employees in the room, and in yours as well, as a retirement deduction, it would ordinarily be 10%. There will be no retirement deduction. It is also not included in the calculation of your income for retirement purposes. So if you retire this year, you can't add $1,000 to your last year's compensation for purposes of calculating retirement benefit. So there's a benefit one way, but if you're in that last year or two, you don't get the benefit, but it's not something you were counting on regardless of the.
So the tax percentage is what is the percent, the tax?
The tax percentage is going to depend on the level of income of that person. Robin, is there a way to generally say?
Well, actually, bonuses are taxed at a higher rate than normal.
They are, but it also has to do with your total income. Correct?
Yes.
Well, can you give an estimate?
An example.
So the bonus will be taxed at a higher rate, but when the employee reconciles at the end of any calendar year, for their tax return, they would be able to get any excess back from the government based on their normal tax withholdings that they've paid in. So it's going to be taxed at a different rate. And we're working on being able to provide that payment in a separate line so that employees will be able to see their normal check, normal amounts, and then this bonus amount. So they will
bonus
be able
amount
to
minus
see
the
it.
taxes. Okay. Now, Dr. Royster.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they still have comp time is what the employees get instead of monetary? Is that still the case?
It is not that clear cut for most employees. At the school level, it is comp time, but that means you get an hour and a half off for each hour over that you worked over 40.
Okay,
Or
I remember you saying something about 40 hours. They used to, 37.5, is it 40 now?
You your straight time until you hit 40. When you hit 40, it's 1.5 times.
So it's no longer 37.5, it's 40.
Everybody's pay except maintenance and custodial, this full time, is based on a 37.5 hour day. And this is extremely confusing. We've tried several times to change that. Every time we go to change it, we run into some other unforeseen consequence of changing it. It would be easier if we could get everybody that qualifies for hourly pay to be paid for 40 hours. Obviously, there's a cost to that. This all goes back to the advent of this system where people were told, before the Fair Labor Standards Act applied to school districts, it was common in school districts, including this one, to pay someone like a secretary in a school a salary. And they worked however many hours they needed to work to do their job. They were treated the same as an exempt employee. When the Fair Labor Standards Act was applied to school districts, our district, predating, I believe, maybe anybody in here, I'll look to Mr. Meek, made the decision to take the person who previously had been salaried, who ordinarily worked 37.5 hours. That was just kind of ordinarily what they worked because that was when the building was open. And say you work up to 40 hours. And here's your pay. Now, if you work over 40 hours, you get time and a half off or time and a half pay. Now, being frugal, we generally prefer time and a half off. A lot of people like the time and a half off, but that can become the employer's choice within certain limits. So what that evolved to over time was people generally work 37.5 hours. So it doesn't truly kick in until 40. The cleanest work group example is building services and maintenance. That's every custodian, every maintenance worker. They all work a 40-hour week. They're paid a dollar amount for every hour they work. When they hit 41, they get an hour and a half off, or they get time and a half pay. So it is everything we do that has a distinction between exempt and non-exempt. We always hit a bump in that road with those employees that, well, we're paying you a salary. It's really supposed to cover 40 hours. You have to work at minimum 37.5. Not the best system. We still continue to pursue ways to get away from that. Now, we are allowing them to carry that time forward in a bucket, a computer bucket. I don't know if Lynn's in here. Maybe by listening to all this, she may walk over here. So that when it snows, or now the most recent phenomenon in the last 2 years is when a hurricane comes through, or whatever it might be, they can draw down that difference between 37.5 and 40 and apply it to the fact they didn't have to come to work that day. So we do now have the ability to track that, and we allow them up to 40 to use that straight time difference, which would be 30 minutes for every 30 minutes or an hour for every hour. I hope that makes cents. It is in essence trying to bring order to disorder.
Dr. Royce, you didn't teach history when you taught. Did you teach history? Because it seems like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you teach history when you were a teacher back in the day?
I was trained to teach political science and history and government. They employed my skills in teaching 8th graders math.
Well, there you go. Okay.
So I can certainly sympathize with Justin, who was in here earlier that taught Algebra 1.
Quite a combination.
Okay.
So what I heard you say then, I guess because Ms. Gibbon-Cole is trying to kind of understand this too. What I heard you say is our hourly employees work, if they work between the 37 and a half and the 40, we allow them to accumulate that 2.5 hours so that they have it set aside for things like inclement weather or closings where previously they might not have gotten, they would have had to take their own leave.
We put it and truly the word for it in the internal system is a bucket.
Okay, so then if it's more than 40, they collect either an hour and a half for every hour in either pay or leave that they also can accumulate and use.
And the payment of overtime is more likely to occur in positions that are, I won't say it in the right term, not that everybody's job is not important, but critical. For example, we've only got X number of HVAC technicians. We really don't want them taking more time off. We're going to probably pay them overtime to maintain so we don't have too many outstanding work orders.
Right, that makes sense.
Other places where it is easier to cover the absence from their work, we prefer time and a half. And the other thing it does, because years ago, this was always an issue, it allows those employees who do not come to work on days we have inclement weather, which are not made up, to draw down from that reserve of time they have built up so we don't get into that, whether they get paid or they don't get paid. It benefits those employees in the long run and benefits the system.
Okay, so Ms. Gibbon-Cole, do you have something for this?
What positions are there that the comp time is paid? Because I thought that they could take that, like he said, is put in a bucket and they can take that because they've earned that, but they are not paid that if they do it, like, say, in that 2-week period. They're not paid that extra on there.
Correct. The ones who most often are paid would be in maintenance. Those who accumulate the 2 buckets, the straight time between 37 and a half and 40, and the 40 and over would be like classroom aides, clerks, custodians.
So they can take that comp time, they don't get money.
We're going to pay bus drivers too. If they run over 40, we don't want them taking any time off. We want to pay them because that's again a critical job for the district. Not that every job's not important, but some of those are critical. We don't have the luxury really of them taking the additional time off.
And if you leave the district, then that comp time bucket is paid to you that you have not used.
All right, thank you, Lisa, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbon-Cole. Mr. Sailors.
Now that I'm thoroughly confused, for taking this presentation sheet that you have on the screen now, I'll go back to where it was. Who's moving the damn thing? To place all of those items back into play, essentially unfreezing them, is a total of 54.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The amount, the differential between what your recommended motion is and the one that's on the floor is 2.1.
Yes, sir. It makes 54.5, 52.4.
So which one of those, just to clarify one more time, which one of those 5 items that are listed there is going to take the $2.1 million hit?
Take it from the 15.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Morrison Fair.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. I don't want a long explanation on the numbers, for real. But I would like to say that I received, and I'm sure all of you received numerous emails last night. And one thing stuck in my mind that all of the emails said, and I know they looked like they were planned emails, but it was the brainchild of someone. But one thing stuck in my mind is that it said, Greenville County school employees have made incredible commitments to this community and to their vocation. I think that this bonus should say we are all in this together. That's what I wanted to say. I have no doubt that every recommendation coming from administration has the heart of the employees at mind. But to the general public, the main word is all. And I want us to walk away with the idea that we are all in this together, regardless of what your job is, what you do, how you feel, because we cannot even pay our employees enough for good service, but they were willing to put their lives at risk, their families at risk, in order to serve the children of Greenville County. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Meeks, for the motion.
All right, is that it, Ms. Morrison Fair? All right, Mr. Meek.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. The reason I proposed this motion was because I think the district put this out public maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock Friday afternoon. But 4:30, I'd already received some telephone calls about why the hourly, the non-exempt salary, why they were being treated differently. And I explained to them the reasoning, but I come to realize, as Ms. Morrison Fair said, it's going to be very difficult to try to explain that to someone. And not only that, you know, being here for quite a few years, this is the first time that we have ever been given the opportunity to do a little extra for our employees, the very first time. And I would love to do it every year. I think that if we could pay everyone much more, we would have less worries about our employees. I did have a couple of questions, and I warned Ms. Stack earlier that I was going to have these questions just so for clarification. And I think during the discussion that some of the information I was going to get has already been presented. But I did want to know, Mr. Royster and Ms. Stack, how many exempt employees the district has?
The bonus calculation is based on 6,300 exempt employees.
6,300?
FTEs.
Okay.
Not headcount, but FTEs.
Full-time employees. Okay, the salaried non-exempt employees and the hourly non-exempt employees, I believe you told me you had those together.
Together, that's 3,700.
That's 3,700. So we have 3,700 that fits in would have fit in the $500 category and 6,300 in the $1,000 category. And to bring all of them up to the $1,000 category, it's an increase of $2.1 million, which we can take out to 2.4 million. Oh, I thought it was 2.1. Okay, whatever the number is, you know, the number that.
I'm sorry, 2.1. It takes it to 52.4.
You mixed yourself up doing all them numbers. But anyway, the $2.1 million, we'll take out of a reserve fund that we're not positive what it's going to be yet until we get the final report from Mr. Finney. Is that correct? Or are we going to use the draft numbers?
I do not believe, I don't want to speak for Mr. Finney. I don't believe anything that he would report in that CARES Act single audit would cause it to alter this reserve fund, this revenue in excess of expense. Robin, do you believe there would be anything there?
No, sir, that single audit's more of a compliance audit than a numbers audit. So it should.
And if I heard you correctly, the second CARES Act, and I'm pretty sure it will be passed, it's going to be, we will receive 4 times what we received before.
Mr. Meek, that, as we will always do, that's a conservative estimate. Yes, sir, about 4 times.
Well, I think in all my years on the board, I've never seen us come up with a negative at the end of the year. So I think we've always had a positive, and I think for the $2.1 million that the goodwill that this district will receive is well worth that money. So I'm not going to continue. I think that we've heard quite a few numbers, and you know, I think that it's just a very appropriate thing for this board to do. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Meek, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. I mean, first, I want to thank you for bringing this recommendation. I know that it took a while to get to the place where we were sure we had the financial resources to do things that we saw other districts doing maybe more quickly than we were prepared to do. And I appreciate that. And I as I've talked to teachers, they've really responded well to the fact that the district and hopefully the board have acknowledged that all of their extra responsibilities are valuable, and that we appreciate them. I did have a couple of questions about, because some of these numbers are just a little confusing for me. So I just want to make sure that I heard you say correctly. So your first preference would be to take all of this from the upcoming CARES money, and this is a plan B, or how would you plan to use those CARES dollars for this if you could?
This assumes we could use no CARES Act fund to fund this.
Okay.
And we believe, absent any CARES Act funding, that what we are recommending to you does not put the district in any financial jeopardy, wouldn't put you anywhere near financial jeopardy. Now, we have asked, despite having been given an original direction by the state, for them to reconsider their interpretation of a provision in the CARES Act that says, the first part I'm going to say is almost word for word what it says: shall not generally be used for bonuses. Then it goes on to talk about additional payments relative to additional work, which is pretty clear. In fact, that's some of that back charging. They did that work. They did that overtime that we paid them for, charge that to CARES Act. Also goes on to talk about disruptions to their regular operations. Some wording that is very closely aligned with the wording you see in our presentation about disruptions. I have asked them as recently as last week to bring that forward, made the request to the deputy superintendent at the state level that sort of handles those things COVID, in addition to their general responsibilities, to reconsider that interpretation and to view with a little more discretion generally, and then how this might align to those exceptions. So that might make the part that we equated to disruption eligible, might make the whole thing eligible. So that request is still out there. If that were to happen, we would probably recommend, very likely recommend, that instead of using this, you go back and shift the expense to CARES Act, because this money, that $54.5 million, has absolutely no restriction on it other than that which you place on it by your action. So that's still a possibility. We're not resting our faith in that possibility. That's why we don't hesitate to bring you this recommendation. And I don't think that $2.1 million again, in 54 million, 2.1 begins to approach, Robin, begins to approach a material amount, but it's low end if it even hits material in that 54.5 million. I do not believe that either the 500,000 difference nor the I guess that would make it $2.6 million difference. I do not believe that places the district in any disadvantageous financial position. I hope that answered your question.
If I could, just since we're talking about the dollar amount, and I want to make sure everyone's on the same page as far as the effect of the motion. As I understand it, as I read the impact, the $1,000 bonus would apply to exempt, salary, non-exempt, and hourly, and then of course $100 for adjunct personnel. Substitute teachers, substitute employees would still fall under the parameters that are in that first attachment. That really fluctuates on the number of days that they work. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page with regard to the impact of the motion as it pertains to substitutes. Okay.
So would we have to take a second action in order to move this money to be used by CARES based on the motion that's on the table here? Or do you feel like that's something that the administration would have the ability to do if we learned it could be spent that way without?
Well, I think we would come back to you and say, we want you to approve utilization of CARES Act for this purpose so as to return this to fund balance. I think we just do that, whether it's a requirement or not. We would just generally come back to you and do that because this is fairly significant. Like I said, we're going to expend I anticipate without exception, a very large percentage of CARES Act, the remaining of one and some of two, the predominance probably of two on remediation. But we would bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Without objection, I'm going to extend for, I don't know who else might want to speak that hasn't spoken, so I'm going to extend for 15 minutes. Okay, and that's it, Mr. Lewis? Okay, Mr. Meek?
Thank you. Dr. Royster, go back on to what Michelle was talking about early, how this is going to be presented on the payment stub. The $1,000, will it have separate deductions just for the 1,000, or will they be thrown into the other deductions? So it'll be just one total.
We will have it displayed separately on the check stub. And we're working on making it be a separate deposit into their bank account on the same day, but just a separate amount.
Just a separate deposit, and so that they will separate it. Now, hearing I don't want to say confusion, but the discussion we've heard here today, are you going to put anything out to the employees before that so that they will understand that?
I'm sure they already know.
I'm sure they know some of it, but I'm not sure. When you said
generally speaking, they seem to know when they're going to get more money.
But do they know it's going to be deducted out of it? But do they know that money's going to be deducted out of that bonus? Is the question.
I would not attempt to forecast what details about it they might know, but we will so inform them.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. So I have a few questions relative to the motion and the impact. Dr. Royster, does the change that we're talking about could it affect the ability to recover it or justify it using CARES Act? Because in your language, you talked about we have hourly employees that have been compensated for the extra time they've worked. We've got salaried employees that have not been compensated. And so that's some of the difference. So I think I understood you were trying to kind of use that CARES language so that so it was justified, so it made sense, so it followed a logical pattern. Does this impact that? It's
possible that it could. We use that language because we believed it very much aligned with the language in the CARES Act. You know, the one of the 12 acceptable uses for it. All that's kind of unknown waters for everybody. Even if they were receptive to only part of it, we've done better than we thought we would based on their initial guidance.
Okay. And so you talked about the 5.6 million, which is frozen in the budget, but you say we really still have money to cover. You just reduced the general fund balance from the 15 by the 2.1, right?
I probably need to say that a different way. We've got that general fund balance up there where it would cover the whole 5.6. That would require you all to act to authorize us to use fund balance if there were a $5.6 million hole. Because what's you know, sometimes things just align. The estimated EFA reduction we have to our budget is almost exactly the 5.6 million.
Right.
It's close enough. We call it 5.6 million. Again, it's estimated. That could change a little bit. The amount we want to unfreeze, though, the amount that we will unfreeze based on what we described to you today, which is the 800,000 for staff development. I mean, the 800,000 for supplies to schools, and the 400,000 for staff development, which is a portion of the staff development. It's all of the frozen supplies to schools. That total of 1.2 million. If you'll recall, we put a line item in of 1.5 million, not knowing what we might get for all this extra cleaning that we had to do. Because of the amount we've gotten for the state for that purpose, that 1.2 million that we feel like we can unfreeze and spend is covered and still leaving 300,000 in that 1.5 line item, which is why we don't believe we need to say to you, we need for you to act to cover the 5.6, because I think we make it through the rest of the year unfreezing that expenditure and not need you to apply fund balance to the general fund budget.
Okay, so let me ask another question, because we're going to vote on this motion in a special called meeting to make it effective. It's really important for me to be sure, especially since it's a different motion, that we kind of understand the impacts of it and what else. Because we just got a report that said we have 55 million and we've got all this fund balance, right? So it seems like we're in a healthy position to do this. The frozen items we had, you talked about 5.6, the cuts that we made. Remind me, did we provide a raise to our employees last year?
The raise from last year, now you're talking about going into not this year we're in. Are you talking about the budget we did in the spring for this year?
The budget we passed for this year.
Zero raise for anyone this year.
Okay, no raise, no step.
No step, no COLA, no raise for any employee group.
Okay.
Now last year's fiscal year budget, yes, there were raises in it. Not this year's budget.
Raises and the teachers got their step.
Yes.
And we made the adjustment.
And I believe we added a step. I'd have to go back and pull that, but I believe we added a step as well.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then what did other districts do? Someone mentioned other districts. What did other districts do in their approach to the bonuses that they gave? Because I heard about that in December when they did it and we didn't. So
I think Robin has a list. She can read those off. It's a mixed, kind of a mixed group there. Robin, can you share that? Does she have it? Oh, okay.
Give me just a second to pull it up.
Well, and I guess I'll say, since there's a little commentary off to the side, what's important to me is I heard from teachers, parents, staff in the first 2 or 3 months of this year about the crushing burden of basically doing 2 jobs by our teachers because they were developed 2 new jobs. They were developing all this e-learning content so that they could work with their children through e-learning, and they were developing whole new ways to teach face-to-face, you know, on a 2-day schedule, then on a 5-day schedule. And it was this constant 11:30 at night. I get messages from teachers who are still working, you know, having their own families to take care of. So I think we absolutely value every one of our employees in this district, and the district can't go. If we don't have bus drivers picking up our kids, if we don't have cafeteria workers feeding our kids, we can't deliver quality education. But the sheer number of hours that our teachers have had to put in for which they have not been compensated. And while I know they signed up to be teachers and I know they signed up for this job, it didn't look like this. You know, the same thing we've said about our healthcare workers. You know, when you sign up, you don't think about, well, gosh, one day we may have a pandemic and I might have to work 24/7. So it's important to me for teachers to understand that we recognize that and that we are looking for ways to help them. We were already talking about teacher attrition and a teacher shortage coming and all the burden that they already had on top of them. And then the pandemic hit and we had all these additional things to pivot into. They're fearful about their close contact with students day in, day out. You know, they're in a classroom, they're responding to students, you know, so I want to be sure that the teachers know that the board and that I recognize the tremendous amount of additional effort that again has appeared from my eye for them to be almost crushing at times. And I think they don't get, they get paid, period, bottom line. And it doesn't matter if they work 60 hours or 70 hours or 80 hours. So I'm just, it's important to me that there is a recognition of what they have done above and beyond for which they have not been compensated. So Robin, just, it would help me if you could tell me that.
So this information was gathered at the end of November, the 1st of December. So if they've made changes, that has not been updated in this information, okay? So our neighboring Anderson districts, one paid a $600 for full-time employees, a $300 for part-time, a $500 bonus based on FTE, the 600 bonus if you worked less or greater than 30 hours, 300 if you worked less than 20 hours. Berkeley and Beaufort at the time both said they were not paying a bonus, no plans. Charleston, 500 if you're full-time, prorated if you're less than full-time. Chester, 500 for full-time, 250 for part-time. Horry, no plans to pay a bonus. Lexington, 1,000 for full-time, 500 if less than 30 hours, and 500 for subs that work at least 45 days. Oconee, they were discussing, but no decision at the time. Richland, 1,000 for full-time, 500 part-time.
So they didn't differentiate between teachers and salaried versus hourly. It didn't sound like. Any of those other districts, it's just full-time and part-time. Okay. So I was very comfortable with what the administration had recommended. I will get comfortable with what we have on the floor because I do think it's important for us to recognize all our employees. I just ask that we can continue to consider how we can help teachers and help them understand their value and kind of raise our ability to support them in the really critical role they're playing right now. So is there any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to read it correctly. To provide a one-time bonus to all active GCS employees of $1,000 and $100 for adjunct personnel in recognition of their extraordinary efforts this year under the parameters detailed in the attachment and as presented by the administration.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to request a roll call.
Who will handle roll call for us?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, so it passes unanimously. And thank you, Dr. Royster, for bringing this to us and being so thoughtful in the consideration of the budget and how we can go about recognize our employees for their work.
Thank you to each of you for your support of that. I would foresee that this will pass the board too.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I forgot where the cow. All right, so item 3.04. So hold on, they can't claim it yet, right? We got another hour
Don't
to go.
spend it yet.
Don't spend it yet. Item 3.04, we have extracurricular activities. This was an item that was requested by Ms. Doolin related to extracurriculars. Ms. Doolin, would you like to speak to this item before we ask before the presentation might be provided by the administration?
Yes, thank you. I was concerned that not all students had fair access to the activities that they wanted to participate in. And that's why I brought this action, but I think the district has taken some steps to fix that. So I'd love to hear their presentation, and then maybe we won't even need a motion.
Excellent. Okay, great. So Dr. Royster stepped out, so.
I'm doing it.
You're just it. Tag, you're it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, other board members. Thank you, Ms. Doolin, for bringing this opportunity for us to explain to the board and to our public what we're doing behind the scenes we're calling it extra and co-curricular activities. We also, a lot of the work is Brad Wingate, who's our Director of Visual and Performing Arts, and he's been here today to answer any specific questions that you all may have. First of all, for the development of these guidelines prior to the opening of school, this goes back to the summer when we were planning for other activities, in-school instruction for band, chorus, all those types of activities were developed with input from national organizations that were issuing guidelines for how to do them safely. Plans for performances and extracurricular activities began in early November. So again, back to that first bullet, we've had in-school chorus going on, we've had band practices going on. It's just the performance in terms of having audiences that we've been working on over the last 2.5 months. The board was informed December 17th that a plan was in the works for extra and co-curricular activities. Plan was developed using criteria and guidance approved for our athletic programs, which began earlier in the fall or late summer. And then you see a list of the national organizations that had guidelines issued that we followed, and also built a lot of this on guidelines that were put out through the state South Carolina High School League for the athletic programs that had audience and attendance for their competitions. Feedback was solicited from principals and teachers. The plan was shared with all school level administrators last week, and we sought their input. And I think that document is still being updated as we speak. It's up, it's done. As far as the capacity, limits the venue capacity to 50% or 250 people, whichever comes first. Athletics had a waiver through the governor's office and the high school league. So that's why if you went to a football game in the fall, you probably had more than 250 people there, but they had that waiver. But if you remember or went to one of those activities, even though you were sitting outside more than 6 feet away from someone, you were still wearing a mask the entire time you were in the stadium. So we are following those same type guidelines with these performances as we move forward with visual or performing arts or any other activity, extracurricular activity moving forward. For the visual and performing arts performances, the safety protocols, including social distancing, the wearing of masks will be required of all audience members. Students will have specific mask requirements based upon the activity and will be socially distanced at all times. Schools will determine the maximum occupancy based on 6 feet of social distancing requirements. Again, this will vary depending on the space that is being used for the performance, if it's a cafetorium or an auditorium within the building. All performances will require advanced sign-up or ticket purchase in advance in order to ensure the max capacity is not exceeded. Most of our visual or performing arts or extracurricular activities do not require a ticket to be purchased. But in this case, we are asking people to do an advanced sign up so we can know how many people are expected in that venue. Schools will communicate safety protocols and expectations to audience members before, during, and at the conclusion of the performances, similar to what you all experienced last spring when we had our graduation ceremonies at Bon Secours. All those safety protocols will be followed as well. Extracurricular activities, again, this could be speech debate, JROTC, robotics, visual arts, beta club, any type of normal activities that we think of as going on in our schools on a daily basis or going to a competition. In the guidelines, existing school safety protocols must be followed for extracurricular activities in terms, again, social distancing. Students, participants, teachers, and audience members must be socially distanced. Masks should be worn over the nose and mouth by students and staff and audience members. And again, the venue seating capacity must not be exceeded. So we have given the go-ahead for all extracurricular activities if they are following these guidelines. So it's not just the band, chorus, orchestra, dance, theater. It could be any extracurricular activity that's normally occurring within a school. Competitions in regional and state levels. Most competitions this fall were canceled. So there, for example, they didn't have a state band, marching band competition this year. There may have been some individual band competitions that some schools hosted. A lot of competitions have been canceled or not held, but they may take place this spring. So in looking forward to that, schools may participate in these events, but must follow the state transportation requirements, which again, to remind you all, the state requirement on our buses is no more than 67% capacity, and all students and the driver must wear a mask the entire time they're on the bus. Social distancing guidelines must be followed. Schools, if they plan to attend a regional or state competition or event, whether it be visual or performing arts, robotics, any of those that we've mentioned, must notify the director of visual or performing arts and or their assistant superintendents in advance of any competition or performance. So we are aware of it and can make sure they are understanding all the guidelines that we've issued. Overnight field trips must be submitted to the district for evaluation and approval before publicly announcing the trip. So let's say there is a competition or a tournament at the coast and would require a team or a group to spend the night. We would need to know that and what the logistics are in order to handle that before they announce it to the students and the parents and start making those plans. And then we open it up for questions from you all.
Thank you. Ms. Dillon, do you have anything to start, or would you like me to let other board members potentially?
I just have one question, actually. When it comes to capacity for spectators, with sporting events, obviously, there's only the one game. But for artistic performances, those can be repeated. So if there are enough spectators interested in attending, can there be more than one performance to make up for the...
I think that would be up to the principal and the director of that group, but I certainly see schools having more than one performance if they have a demand.
Okay, that was it. Okay, thank you.
Someone call out.
Question, when is this supposed to start? Like with the numbers going up in South Carolina in the district, and has protocol changed from, like, say for instance, when they told us about chorus and say that it goes farther than 6 feet when they're singing. Help me understand how this would take place with the numbers going up in the community and in the state.
Right, and I'll let Mr. Wingate talk about the specifics of the health protocols for singing or playing an instrument that may be projecting out, because he's intimately involved with those details.
Okay.
So there's a document, I'm not sure if you guys have gotten that. The document that's going out to principals and teachers, it clearly outlines guidelines for performance. So for example, if you are in chorus, the guidelines that came out of the National Federation of High Schools and also for the National Association for Music Education says that if you are going to sing, you must be masked, excuse me, you must be masked at all times, and you must be spread at least 6 feet apart. So we're taking our direction on those, coming straight from those national organizations. These are the same guidelines that we've used in class since the beginning of the school year.
Does it say anything about when the numbers are up high, or that's just protocol right now? I mean, because back when school started, the numbers were lower,
right,
and now they're higher.
Right. So the guidelines are essentially, if you choose to participate in the activity, if you choose to sing, or if you choose to play, these are the protocols that you need to do in order to maintain safety. There's no differentiation between if the numbers are low or if the numbers are high. It's just that if you're going to play an instrument or if you're going to sing, these are some mitigation techniques that you can use in order to protect yourself and also others.
So when is this to start in our district?
So really that's going to be left to district administration to give us some direction on that. But the draft document was presented to principals for input last week. This has not been sent to teachers yet.
Okay, with the high school students supposedly coming back, and it's not going to be, they're not going to have the social distancing because they'll have the plexiglass or whatever. I don't understand how we are going to do this type of thing with the numbers going up, because the community, the kids live in the community. The teachers live in the community. And I know that we say that our schools are safe, but we've got to look at what's going on in the community. And for us to implement something like this, for them to go to activities like a performance or stuff like that, I don't understand if we're going to be doing this now. That's why I wanted to know, when is it going to start? Is it for future, or is that for right now with numbers going up? Can you or Dr. Royster tell me?
I think we're looking to implement it now because we think we can do it safely. And if a child or a parent chooses not to attend a performance, there will be no repercussions for them. But following these procedures with the distancing and the masking, we feel we're following the national guidelines.
Just to reiterate what Dr. Turner is saying, the National Federation of High Schools conducted a research study that measured what they called aerosol spray. So if a person is singing or if they're playing an instrument, they did a study through the University of Maryland and also the University of Colorado, and they did it with mask and without mask. They also did it with 6 feet of social distancing, and they measured a number of different things, and the protocols and guidelines that they came out with in terms of keeping students safe are the ones that we're using.
Okay, I might have some more questions, Lisa. For right now, that's it.
Lewis.
As I look at the presentation, it appears to primarily refer to like high school type performances. So how does this apply to like elementary school assemblies and kind of gatherings of large groups of kids in the school without spectators present?
I'll give you an example. Some of the middle schools are already asking to go and recruit for their magnet programs at the elementary schools. I've asked for them to submit a plan of how they would do that without an assembly, because we're not going to bring all those students into a gymnasium or into the cafeteria to hear one presentation. Now, they may do it repetitively and break them up so they can socially distance. But to that point, we're not going to have some big performance in a school where we bring in and we violate all the protocols we put in place.
So we still at this point don't anticipate having large assemblies of kids in schools.
No, sir.
And so that would also, I assume, would apply to any sort of parent performances of student performances, parent attendance of student performances at the elementary school level.
It will apply to those in terms of they will be limited to the number we had on there, 250 or 50% of the space they're using, 6 feet social distancing, all wearing masks.
Okay, so elementary schools could do a student performance parent night as long as they follow these same guidelines that the high schools do.
Yes, sir.
But they would not be able to bring all the kindergarten and third graders in and let's see the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Correct.
And I think a little bit further clarification too, because we just don't have arenas anywhere, even in our biggest high schools, that when you follow all the requirements of 6 feet in every direction, that you can get a crowd of any size. I don't think Mr. Nance is up here. Bradley may know, though. Like right now, basketball's going on. They maybe have a couple hundred people that can sit in our largest gyms. So their ability to put on some performance is very constrained, even inside that 250 limit, because of how far apart they have to be. And the students have to maintain their social distance as well. And to speak a little bit further to Brad's information, the national associations, particularly band and choral instrumental music, they were really in the lead on this. They began looking at it in the spring and have done considerable research on what is, because to the point that was made earlier, 6 feet's not enough for singing. 6 feet's not enough for musical instruments, particularly horns. And there are, muffler is not the right term, but
bell cover.
Thank you. A bell cover over the end of the horns. So there are a number of adaptations. They can ask right now, we don't normally require any approval up here for overnight trips. We're not going to be approving anybody go over on an overnight trip. That's too logistically difficult. Local performances, if they want to have a concert, nice weather, they want to have the band concert out in the football stadium, those kinds of things where they can maintain the appropriate protocol. Now, we may reach a point where we say we don't think we ought to be doing anything except school. That could apply to athletics or other extracurricular activities. Nothing about that changes the ability to say we need to put a pause on this for right now. So hopefully that provides some additional clarity.
That's great. My last question is just, I know we're early, but it's January and we typically start thinking about graduations coming up soon. And these procedures, I assume, are based on the limitations of our facilities, but we don't anticipate, are we still working on the plan that public assemblies like graduations that we had last year would meet the guidelines that we currently have in place for this year?
We have a twofold plan. We already have secured the dates. I don't have them in front of me. Mr. Reimer has them. Mr. Rhodes has them. We have secured Bon Secours because it's the largest venue. We have it where we can replicate what we had to do last year, or we can use it the way we would normally graduate. The difference will be, again, this year, because of uncertainty, and you have to book these dates far enough ahead, we plan for all 14 to be at Bon Secours. It's possible we could make a change to that late in the season, but better to prepare to have it there to be able to have the bigger crowd. So we can do everything from replicate before up to what we would ordinarily do in the venue. And we believe that we can schedule that in a way with Bon Secours where we can get at least 3 per day. You know, last year they wanted us to limit to 2. We can far more quickly, I think, sanitize it than they realized when they gave that initial approval. And now we have even more equipment to do so. So we're good to go with that. If we were to have to continue the protocols, we're good. If we don't have to continue them, good with that as well.
Ms. Mosley. Sorry, I have several questions. Thank you. First of all, rolling this out to the clarify for me, you have rolled this out to the high schools, or the schools, not just high schools, the schools, or you're getting ready to?
All the principals have access to the document with all the specific guidelines, and we shared it with them last week.
Okay.
And they were as a principal meeting by Zoom. So they've looked at it, had an opportunity to ask questions and follow back up with Mr. Wingate.
Okay. What is the expectation at the district level of principals following your this document recommendations consistently? And by that, I mean, I was made aware back in the fall of one of my high schools not complying with the recommended capacity and I mean being under capacity in the football stadium, for example, instead of allowing the maximum amount allowed to allow as many students to attend, like seniors and stuff, to attend these final football games and stuff like that. Principals that tend to take a wait and see approach, like my children's principal, wait and see about Spirit Week. Yeah, we didn't get to have it in the fall, but we're kind of waiting and seeing how the rest of the year plays out instead of canceling everything, trying to give these kids, trying to salvage something for these children. Other principals are a little bit quicker to just say, hey, yep, we're just not doing it, cancel, whatever. So I guess my question is, how can we encourage more consistency school to school with practices that I believe favor and contribute to the mental health of our kids, things that they look forward to, especially the seniors that are losing their entire school year?
Well, I can't speak for all the principals, but I know they all the high school principals meet together weekly.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all sharing ideas. They all know what each other schools are doing. Mr. Reimer leads that effort. So I'm assuming they're all on the same page when it comes to the protocols, the procedures. They all have Spirit Weeks. They all have the similar activities. So they're hearing from each other. They know what's happening in their communities. And I think we would trust them to make the right call for their community. We're not going to force them to have something that they don't have buy-in from their teachers, their students, or their community.
Okay.
Well, we would encourage them. I think we're trying to get back
I think
to
it's a
normal.
conversation worth having.
Right.
With some, to remind them that we still have half a school year left, and this thing has changed. I mean, it's been the goalposts change constantly, is all I'm saying. And I'm just hearing from a lot of families at one particular school that they've been very disappointed in the leadership of the cancellation.
Right.
Just flat out.
You can let me know after offline, and we can talk about it. But okay. I can tell you every once in a while, the assistant superintendents will send something up to me. They'll run a flagpole and say, hey, this school's considering this. What do you think? We'll get input. We'll make a decision. Those conversations are always going on between the assistant superintendents or school supervisors and their principals. And those principals, elementary, middle, and high, are all meeting together frequently, so they know what each other are doing.
Okay. I have an athlete, and I just want to emphasize that I think the athletics or the athletic directors, the coaches, everyone involved in athletics, I personally feel has done a really good job of managing the protocols. I can't speak for every single school in the district, but I have just seen firsthand both football season and now wrestling, which are two probably of the least socially distanced activities that we have, has done really well. So I feel like what I'm hearing you say is some of those protocols from the athletics, they kind of looked at those and are seeing what can be translated and adopted into these other extracurriculars, which I just,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very much in favor of, and I'm glad that they're doing that because I think the young lady that spoke here in December, was it, made a great point that we are having athletics everywhere, and I believe she's a drama person, and she wants that opportunity, and I certainly want to support that. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, so your question, Derek, about elementary schools and doing, or either any kind of parent attended event. Is there any way we have flexibility? And again, I know it probably costs money, but is there any way we have flexibility to use venues that are larger than perhaps our facility? So for example, I don't know, a church that has a large auditorium, or like for a drama performance, for example, that might be larger than our in-school I'm just trying to think of, are there creative solutions like that where we could have events that maybe could be attended by a larger number simply because they have more space?
The first thing.
Well, I know. I just have one in mind.
The first thing that we would suggest to schools, say an elementary school, they might use a facility at the high school.
Well, that was my next question. There's high schools that have facilities that elementary schools don't have. So
right, and there's some
okay.
middle schools that have facilities at elementary schools, and there are a few pre-best buildings at the elementary level that have some facilities that other elementary schools don't have. Some of them have a full-size gym, for example. That would be the first thing. Secondly, they certainly can use facilities in the community. Generally speaking, that's up to them to secure that, and a lot of times entities will allow them to use it without any cost, or at the cost what it costs them to use it. Okay. No matter where they go, though, $250 applies, and 6 feet around the family unit applies as well, 6 feet in every direction.
I get that, and I support that. I just believe wholeheartedly, especially this year, that something is better than nothing. And my family, we actually got to attend a Christmas show at the Younts Performing Arts Center at the Christmas time, and it was the first time. We were big we love theater, and so it was just really nice. It did our family a world of good to just do something normal. We had to sit there the whole time in a mask, which was odd, but for the most part, we got to go and see a play, and that was really nice. And so I just feel like to me, that's where I am. I want to see something other than nothing. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Yeah, do you know how the Fine Arts Center, how they are doing their tryouts this season? And when are they doing it? I've had a number of parents calling me, and I just thought I'd ask.
They're actually starting this week. Yes, ma'am. They're actually starting this week, and they're doing a hybrid model. Visual Art is doing Zoom meetings. Some of the other areas are doing in-person auditions, but Mr. Popat went through and scheduled all of that out so that way students were socially distanced the entire time. They are extending the normal days of auditions much longer than they normally have, so that way they can have a decent schedule in between.
Right. So many want to be in those programs, and they do a great job. I was just wondering, I too love the fine arts. I love all of the things that these children do and are involved in, whether it's athletics or theater or chorus or band. I was wondering, every spring you have that big band out there where all the high school bands compete. I guess that's on or off, or where are we? Is there a facility big enough? I'm not sure.
No, as it stands right now, when you try to pull together multiple schools, obviously there's no way for us to say, well, this parent can attend, but this parent can't. So really those very large district level events have been tabled until we can't go beyond the 250 capacity that's the governor's order at this point. But at least what we're proposing now gives schools the opportunity to begin having some of those in-house performances, and any of those events that the school level teams may compete in, like at the regional or the state level, they can begin getting back.
Very nice. Thank you so much for that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Ms. Bush.
So Ms. Bush. Yeah, there was a potential motion here that was associated with Ms. Doolan's specific questions. The guidelines that have been presented, as I understand it from the administration, is guidelines that they are implementing, and it does not require that the board approve those motions. But I think Mr. Wingate mentioned they wanted to bring it to us so that we could see and understand what it was that they were doing. And certainly, I guess if we had feedback, they would take that. But it would be the chair's belief that there's no motion required here and that these will be implemented by the administration. All right, thank you. Yes, okay. So are there any other questions or comments or discussion? Yes, Ms. Doolan.
Yes, I'm willing to withdraw that motion completely. It's not necessary. The other question I had was, are athletes required to wear masks during their games or matches?
No, ma'am.
Then would it be fair to tell performers, if they're on stage and distanced, that they don't need to wear a mask during their performance, especially if it's being recorded and their facial expression is important, if it's for drama or a solo performance, because that would be used in their portfolio. And if their facial expression was missing from an acting performance, I mean, what would?
Sure.
Thank you.
So again, going back to the guidelines that we're putting out, those are coming directly from for example, you mentioned theater is coming directly from the National Theater Association, coupled with the study that came out of the National Federation of High Schools that specified that if you have any form of singing, which a lot of our theater programs will do musical theater, which that incorporates obviously acting and singing. They clearly state that if there's any form of singing, if you're also on the stage and you're not using a microphone and you're projecting your voice, you're going to expel, saliva, all of those things that would be, much more exaggerated in a performance than it would be if you were just sitting there having a normal conversation. So that's the reason why those guidelines are in place the way that they are. That's, for example, if you're in band, the guideline basically says, unless the instrument is to your face and you're playing, the mask is on your face. So that's the reason why those guidelines are in place the way that they are.
Well, if we were on stage right now, neither of us are masked, right, and it's fine. So I hope that the district will consider if there are performances or if the drama directors can choose performances where the actors may be far apart on stage, or have a large stage like the football field they wouldn't need to be masked because they're so far apart, and would certainly have microphones, just like we do.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Have y'all surveyed the teachers or the people that's gonna be handling these student performances and stuff? I know we used to do comfort level surveys. Have y'all surveyed the employees that are supposed to be over this, since the numbers are higher?
So there wasn't a survey conducted, but last week when this was presented to principals, all 100 principals at the principal meeting had access to the guideline document that outlined everything that we've talked about. That afternoon, I sent it out to 50 of the 350 fine arts teachers across K-12, across all of the arts disciplines to get their feedback on that. And again, the guidelines that are inside of the document are the same guidelines that they've been using in their classroom all school year long. And to be very transparent, there was no feedback from principals or teachers that was negative in any way. And I think the other point to probably drive home on this is that we're not saying that we absolutely have to have a performance. What they're saying is that should you choose to have a performance, these are the guidelines that are put in place.
This is going to be very short. Could I get did you tell me?
It's all okay.
Okay. I'll repeat, will be short. Can I get a list of the answers to the question that Mrs. Doolin has asked? I've heard a lot of conflicting answers, I think, and I want to be clear in my mind. And there are several key questions that she asked, and I just want to make sure, can I get a list of those answers? Especially, I wanted to know what student activities have yet to resume due to the changes in the school year, which activities have resumed and which ones have not, and the others that she has asked.
Ms. Morrison Fair, I think I said, I may not have made it clear that once this goes through and we've put it out to principals, any activity that would normally go on, if they can follow these protocols, they will be free to move forward with them. So that could be robotics, it could be a chess, whatever activity they had going on in the past. If they can follow these protocols, then they can move forward.
Okay, so it's up to a school by school, a principal by principal basis, basically.
Right.
If they can follow the protocol.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right then. Thank you.
Ms. Mosley, is somebody keeping my time? Because it seems like we've been.
Is there any reason? I just would like to have a reason why someone can't follow the protocol.
Someone cannot.
Cannot. In other words, you're saying if they can follow the protocol, then they can have these things. So if we're leaving it at the discretion of the administrator, for example, at a certain school, help me understand what their, other than the logic of we don't have a room for them or something like that. Because sometimes, I guess what I'm hearing is that there are just some I personally think some just say, no, we're not gonna do it.
To be honest with you, and I think you all have said this today, our people are smothering with the amount of work that they're having to put in on a regular daily basis. So to ask them at any point to go above and beyond and let's put on a performance, that's not just the teacher who teaches that class. That's the administration, that's the support staff, that's a lot more work. So those principals will make the decision, are we capable at this time to add this one more thing to our school community to put on a performance that may last 2 or 3, 4 days if it takes to get all those parents through there? We are sensitive to that issue as well.
Well, I'm speaking beyond drama. I'm speaking a club that meets once a week. Because it sounds like not all are meeting consistently everywhere.
Again, they have not been told as a group until last week that they could move forward with that.
Right. So, okay, maybe this is the better question. Can we get maybe an update in the future as to if there are problems moving forward with those kinds of things?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I believe no one else has any questions. We'll move on to item 3.05.
Got it.
No, it's just still not.
Oh, you still got another one? Are we not finished yet? Sorry.
Item 3.05. See, Ms. Leventis Wells, if we had taken the 30-minute break instead of the 10-minute break you gave us, we might have been a little fresher now. We're gonna keep plugging. Item 3.05, quarantine protocols per new CDC guidelines. Ms. Mosley had asked for us to address this item. Ms. Mosley, would you like to speak to this before the administration addresses?
Well, I will speak very briefly. My understanding is that this may have been resolved. So in the interest of time, I will yield my comment to because if it's resolved, then it's resolved. That's all I need to know.
So since it was put on the agenda for the board, it is a board item. So I would like for the administration to, well, I'd like for the administration to address it for the board since you brought these questions.
Absolutely.
So, but we'll just move straight to that.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Royster.
As well, as was mentioned several weeks ago, CDC and subsequently DHEC revised their guidance on quarantine. They changed the quarantine period from 14 days to 10 with some caveats to that. And we adopted that right away as soon as DHEC endorsed it. There was a second change that we did not immediately adopt, because at that time we did not have the personnel to adopt it. In a minute, I will briefly explain the reasoning behind that. That change allows a person in quarantine to no sooner than the 5th day of their quarantine go take a test. If that test is negative, they may return no sooner than the 8th day. Now, before, on a 10-day, they could return on the 11th day. So that means they can come back to work, use less leave, whatever the source of that leave is, get employees back sooner, and to me, more reassuringly return, because they've had a negative test. They've not just set out the number of days. Now, when they return, there are certain things they have to do. They have to remain masked. They have to monitor symptoms, that sort of thing. We want to make sure that we continue to be extremely diligent in how we apply, track, and monitor everything that we're doing. There is only so much the employees that we currently have can do. I believe we're still short 19 nurses. And we have employees throughout the organization, as evidenced by your recognition of that, at least as a committee of the whole, to provide them with a bonus. They are literally doing at their capacity. Now, looking at this test, we believe in order to maintain the level of fidelity and integrity we need to maintain, we wanted somebody with a medical background to make the call on whether you're cleared to return or not. For one, there is not a standard format for test results. Secondly, we certainly want somebody, this doesn't require a medical background, but the first part does, as does the part I'm about to describe after that. We want to make certain that the employee has correctly calculated, that we've given them the correct advice on the front end, so they get notification, you may do this as I described, no earlier than the 5th day. And here's who you submit it to. It's an email like they submit other things. Then one of those medically trained persons we have engaged, and we now have a part-time one, and we are seeking out additional ones. In fact, Janet may have had some success in adding those today. They will look and make sure that we are interpreting the results correctly because there is not a standard reporting format coming back to us from the testing site. Although DHEC or CDC would allow the utilization of either the rapid return test or the other. The rapid return test is not as valid as to negative results. And Janet can speak more medically towards that. Janet, if you would interject at this point, the differences between the rapid test and the test that requires, in general terms right now, at Prisma, a 2-day turnaround, and that's where we refer our employees. So if they go on the 5th day, they're going to get it back before, the way they're operating right now, before time to report back on the 8th day. Janet, if you could distinguish those two.
Yes, good afternoon. Happy to be here, happy to join you today. We do have 1.5 nurses dedicated to the 7-day quarantine protocol for our staff members to return them to the school setting by day 8. So that's good news, and we have our process in place, and we're already processing those early returns. The rapid test is just, bottom line, it's just not as reliable as the PCR test. The PCR test tests for proteins in the virus, where the antigen or the rapid test does not. It is just not a as sophisticated of a test. Oftentimes it gives false negatives. So the medical director of employee health at Prisma Health has recommended, as he recommends for his employees, for them to have a PCR test, which is much more reliable in order to return to work in the hospital setting. So we feel very comfortable having that as our expectation to return to the school setting for staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet. You all may have some question you want to ask Janet about that.
Ms. Mosley, do you have any commentary, any questions?
I just have a question. It's kind of 2-part, but it goes together. I heard you say that you refer the employees to a Prisma location. Are they required to go to a Prisma location?
They're not required. We refer them there because we know what they really only give this test, so it makes it more simple for them. We know it's got a 2-day turnaround. Okay. You choose to go to a private lab, you may not get that turnaround.
Okay, so I happen to know a private lab on Pelham Road that does a lot of the Clemson testing, and they have almost always a 24-hour turnaround, and it's PCR because Clemson prefers that. Has there been any discussion or thought to, I don't know what the right word is, I don't want to say contracting with, but or coordinating with somewhere like that where we know that the documentation is always going to look the same, it's going to be consistent so that it doesn't require, do you know what I mean? So when it's coming back, right, figuring out whether it's
really why we send them. That's one of the reasons we send them to Prisma, and it's fine for them to go somewhere else. In fact, some people we have employees that don't choose to take our health insurance because they're under their spouse's insurance through a different provider. They may have another place that they are designated to go, and that's fine, as long as they get the right kind of test. Okay. So really the quick turnaround, though it's nice, I'm sure that's a relief to the person taking it. But if they go on the 5th day, they can't come back for the 8th day. So right now the turnaround works okay.
Right.
And I'm sure Janet does gladly keep a list of other places if somebody, or Betsy, if somebody wants to ask about other places. But right now we know what they do. We know it's consistent with what we asked for. We know the reporting forms are correct and aligned with what we need to have. And I want to make sure we understand that Janet has been able to secure that equivalent of 1.5 nurses without reducing nursing services to a school or schools.
That's
These
correct.
these are either people undertaking extra work after hours, or for some reason they can't be physically in school. Like we have some other employees that can't be physically in the school.
Ms. Lizette? That's it. Anyone else have any questions or comments on this item? All right, well, there's no action. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. McCullough. It would be my recommendation that when, if it's specific to quarantine protocol for employees, this would be a good place to talk about it. But if it might be related to data and information that Dr. Royster is going to present related to a COVID update, then that would be in the special called meeting, and I would hold that to them.
And Ms. Loggy will be present, virtually present for that as well.
I would like to interject if I may. I mixed the tests up. The PCR test looks for genetic material, while the antigen test does not. That looks for the proteins. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that with you. The PCR test, being the more reliable test, looks for genetic material of the virus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us. With that, Ms. Leventis-Wells, this does bring us to the end of the administration portion of the meeting, and I will be more than happy to turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much. At this point, we will move on to buildings and grounds. Mr. Sailors, will you be so kind as to share this?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Leventis-Wells. We're now in the Building and Grounds portion of today's Committee of the Whole meeting, which has one item, which is item 4.01, Facilities Project Report Update. Either Dr. Royster or Colonel Carlin, would you like to give us an update?
I will defer to Colonel Carlin. I don't know that he has any particular presentation. We certainly answer any question you might have, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have any questions, Mr. Lewis?
Just one question. One of the things that I know that I think we froze or took out of the budget, and so I'm not really sure, were some additional entrance precautions at some of the schools. And I felt like maybe there was like 1.8 million that was secured containment areas in schools.
Secondary capture areas. And we did not freeze or remove that. I don't know if we have any projects remaining or if they've all been completed. Do you know, Colonel, or is that something we need to respond to afterwards?
I think I need to get with Jamie Benton and find out if there's anything remaining.
We'll get that to you.
It's fine. I thought I read that as it had been frozen. So those projects were funded and are underway and are being worked on, if not completed.
I believe that is correct, Mr. Lewis. We'll certainly double check that and get it to you.
Anyone else? Ms. Michelle Goodwin, Mr. Sailors. Mr. Sailors.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll let her have it. Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell, go ahead.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot again.
Yeah, you did. So, okay.
I'm just ready to get to meeting.
I know it's been a long day, but gone. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Royster, have they already installed all of those wireless boxes that when we went over to MT Anderson?
The solar powered Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I know they have installed some because I heard Mr. Brown describing that to somebody the other day. I'll have to let you know if they've completed all the installations.
Okay. All right. That's the only question I have, Chuck.
Thank you. Anyone else have a building and ground related question? Colonel, I've got one real quick if I could.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Meek, go ahead.
Fountain Inn is progressing quite well. We're on time and in budget. And if you haven't gone out and driven at least by the site lately, you really need. Of course, you're going to see it on the 27th when we tour you, but it's really coming together. You'll see grass on the fields. You'll see lighting going up for the athletic areas, and the stone going on the front entrance of the main building. So it's encouraging.
Thank you. Yes, sir. It's my understanding that the new roof is scheduled for inspection at Taylor's Elementary in the next few days. What's the progress of the one at Riverside?
Let's see. Riverside is progressing well. It's a two-phase project. The first phase is about 90%. We're about 15% on phase two. We had initially looked at delaying that second phase, but because the contractor was working so diligently and not causing disruptions to the school, we met with the principal and she was all for continuing on. So we're going to press on and get both those phases completed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Doolin.
When it comes to the ADA playground upgrade,
Yes, ma'am.
when these are complete, will there be playground equipment for every child? Or is this playground equipment for most children?
The intent of these upgrades is primarily to make sure we provide access to all children to the playgrounds. But in every playground has different needs and requirements based on their current condition. But part of the upgrades is to add equipment that would give, as you said, every child, every student an opportunity to play on that playground.
I think since we're not able to visit the schools to see those personally, do you think it would be possible in the next few months for you to bring photos of what exists and what is needed so that we can see the difference? Or should we just go to the school?
We could certainly provide you some samples, but I think that touches close to all 51 elementary schools. You remember?
That's correct. Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, we did 14
slideshow.
Oh, I didn't mean from every school. I mean,
You
an
meant just
example
some
of one
sample.
school. Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Dr. Royster, I think in the initial design work that was done by the architect, they may have, I'll have to go back and check the data, but we'll put some,
sample work together so that you might see it.
I don't even want to take up everyone's time with it. It could be emailed.
What we would probably do is just send the information to the whole board. Then if you had questions, you could either submit a question that we would answer to everyone or put it on the agenda for discussion.
Thank
if
you.
that would be agreeable with you.
Anyone else? Well, since Mrs. Levinus Wells is itching to take care of our meetings, I'll turn it back over to her.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. I just
You're
want you to know you did a fantastic job. Thank you. With that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn and remind everyone there's a special call meeting immediately following. I will give you a 10-minute break. Is there a second to Mr. Meeks? Second by Ms. Bush. Any questions? All in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, the motion carries.